All right, good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Rob Hudson, and I'd like to introduce Gerald Williams, the new Division Director for Audits and Accounting. Gerald?
I am here. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Hey, well, thank you, Rob. Good morning and welcome everyone to the second EQR Reassessment Technical Conference. I am Gerald Williams. I'm the new Director and Chief Accountant of OE's Division of Audits and Accounting. And as part of my role, I oversee the EQR Administration Branch. I started at the Commission in March of this year. Previously, I've worked over 12 years in the Division of Audits as the Chief of Regulatory Accounting from 2013 to 2018 and the Chief of the Financial Audit Branch from 2006 through 2012. I can assure you our discussions today will have no bearing on the Division of Audits and Accounting taking on or increasing the number of EQR specific audits. The goals in EQR is to continue to be working with industry to get their filings in timely and continuing to make the collection as efficient and user-friendly as possible, while maintaining the requirements to collect rates and charges on file in a convenient form and place. We see the EQR Reassessment Project as leading towards this goal. So I want to thank you to the team today for preparing the presentation for today's technical conference in consideration of all the fields that we will discuss today. Also, I want to encourage everyone in attendance to participate in today's meeting, and I want to thank you in advance for that. I'm happy to be here and look forward to listening to a good and robust discussion on the topics laid out in today's agenda. I will now turn the meeting over to Maria Vargas. She's filling in for Jeffrey Sanders, who asked me to inform you that he's unable to attend today due to a family emergency. Maria?
Thank you, Gerald. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining our second virtual technical conference on the EQR reassessment. My name is Maria Voris, and I work in the EQR Administration Group, and as Gerald said, I'm filling in for Jeffrey Sanders today. A number of FERC employees participating today have put in a lot of time to prepare for this meeting, and they are the same people who put in significant work on the EQR program throughout the year. We are also joined by some of our other FERC colleagues that work with the EQR. We'll introduce ourselves as we speak throughout the conference. We held the first technical conference on the EQR reassessment back in February when we began the discussion of the EQR data fields. Today's meeting is intended to be a continuation of that discussion. We anticipate holding multiple technical conferences as part of this reassessment process and look forward to gathering feedback from the industry on how they report and use EQR data and on staff's proposed changes to the data fields. We also anticipate that changes to the EQR data fields and data collection method will be set forth in a future notice and comment rulemaking proceeding. You can find the meeting agenda and slides on FERC.gov in two places. One is the event calendar under today's date. If you click on the EQR Tech Conference, you will get to the event details, which will provide the agenda and slides. The other location is at the bottom of the FERC.gov page under Electric. If you click Electric Quarterly Report and then under the EQR meetings, click the registration link, you will see the materials on the right in a gray box. These materials will be available after the meeting on the EQR webpage. We're looking forward to hearing your questions and comments as we move through the meeting, and we have a number of participants online already. Rob will go over the logistics for this meeting in a moment, and with that, I will hand it to Rob and we can begin.
Thanks, Maria, and thanks, Gerald. Welcome aboard. I want to apologize ahead of time. I have a cold today or allergies with the cicadas that have come. It seems like the pollen has gotten worse too here in Washington, D.C. But anyway, on to the logistics. Nothing has changed if you joined us in the last tech conference. All callers, you're muted upon joining for the conference. Only the moderator, myself, can unmute you. We encourage everyone to participate during this discussion. So if you have something to say and you want to participate verbally, just click the raise your hand icon and I'll call on you when we get to a discussion point and we'll unmute you and speak. I'll give you a couple more instructions then, and we'll see how that works. When you're done speaking, please remember to click the hand icon off. I can't lower your hand. It'll be helpful for me to keep track of who's stop speaking or who has something new to say. The chat box is turned on, and we encourage you all to have a lively discussion amongst yourselves, but staff is not actively monitoring that chat. Also, please be respectful in the chat. The Q&A box is enabled. We are monitoring that for questions. Please send your questions through the Q&A chat if you don't feel like raising your hand and asking them verbally. Both will work, and I will be reading the Q&A during the discussion session. Again, the conference is recording, and it will be made available on the FERC website. And the last thing, you can email your questions to eqr@ferc.gov, and we will not be monitoring those questions during the conference, but we will get to them afterwards and write you back over email. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Marina, and she can start our first section of the presentation. Marina?
Great, thanks, Rob. Good morning, my name is Marina Fishbein. Welcome to our second technical conference related to staff's reassessment of the EQR requirements. Today, particularly, we're focusing on the EQR data field. We've chosen about 26 fields to focus on today, and we'll be presenting them in groups based on how the fields are interrelated or how they impact each other. This is really similar to the first technical conference. And we want to make clear that staff's proposals today are just that. They're proposals, they're not locked in stone, or rather they're staff's proposed options for changing certain fields. We'll present our proposed changes, and then we'll look forward to a robust discussion on these fields from the perspective of everyone listening, from EQR filers, preparers, and data users. We encourage everyone to share their thoughts and feel free to add your own. The fields that we don't cover today will be discussed at a future technical conference, so we ask that discussion stay on topic for what we do cover today. Possible changes to the current EQR data collection method were discussed at our last users group meeting, which was held in September of 2020. As was the case during that first technical conference, today we will continue discussing the EQR data fields, rather than focusing on the method of collection. Before we begin discussing staff's thoughts on field enhancements, we should first take a step back to discuss briefly XBRL CSV, because many of our proposed changes to the data fields depend on adopting a new data collection method. XBRL is an open source international standard for digital reporting, which increases accessibility of information. Many of you are probably aware of XBRL, which was recently adopted as the required filing format for several forms at FERC. XBRL CSV combines the efficiency and simplicity of the CSV format with the XBRL benefits of standard structured data. XBRL CSV is currently staff's proposed data collection method. The enhancements that we'll discuss today wouldn't be possible unless we dramatically reconfigure the current design of our 3 filing systems. The changes to the fields are based on the assumption that we'll be using XBRL CSV as our data collection method. We'll proceed with our discussion today under the assumption that the current system is going to be replaced with something more flexible. And as we mentioned at the last users group meeting in September and at the tech conference that we held in February, we're considering the XBRL CSV format. This slide shows the topics that we covered at the first tech conference. There's an unedited recording available on the EQR webpage and also on the FERC events page under February 24th. Access to the recording requires a password, which is shown here, and as a reminder, it is case sensitive. Let's get started with product type name, field 30 today. This slide shows our proposed changes to the definitions for cost-based, market-based, non-public utility, and a new qualifying facility value. The first proposed change is to call the field name product type because as it's labeled currently, the product type name is too similarly labeled to product name in field 31, so we think this may be confusing. Next, we propose to change the definition for cost-based to be as follows. The product is sold at a FERC-approved cost-based rate. If the product is sold at a FERC-approved cost-based rate, then report it as CB, even if it is sold pursuant to a market-based rate tariff. We're also proposing to change the definition of market-based to be defined as the product is sold under the seller's FERC-approved market-based rate tariff. Currently, there's ambiguity about how to report certain products sold under FERC-approved cost-based rates that may be associated with a market-based rate tariff in the e-tariff system. For example, if a seller has a FERC-approved cost-based rate under which it sells reactive supply and voltage control to an RTO or ISO, then the seller would report CB in the product type name field, even if the seller has a market-based rate tariff under which it makes sales to the RTO or ISO. The purpose of this proposed change is to identify the rate structure underlying the sale of the product, whether it is cost-based or market-based, rather than identifying the type of tariff designation that may be associated with these sales in the e-tariff system. The proposed definition for transmission is the product is sold under a FERC-approved transmission rate or tariff schedule. The purpose for adding rate schedule at the end is to capture a broader definition for the type of document that may include a transmission-related product type name. For non-public utility, we propose adding a sentence at the end of the definition. For transmission capacity reassignments, use CR capacity reassignment. For example, a non-public utility would report transmission capacity reassignment data using the product type name capacity reassignment, but report its other sales using the product type name NPU. We're proposing to add a new category called qualifying facility, and we've drafted a proposed definition, which is the product is sold pursuant to the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act, PURPA, of 1978. QFs can make sales at avoided cost rates under PURPA or at market-based rates under an MBR tariff. Sales made by QFs pursuant to PURPA are reported in the EQR unless they are subject to the exemptions from the Federal Power Act under the Commission's regulation. However, these sales are not currently identified in the EQR as sales made by QFs under PURPA. The point of this new product type name designation is to identify sales made pursuant to PURPA. To the extent a QF is making sales under a commission-approved market-based rate tariff, it would use the MB product type name designation that's used by other market-based rate sellers. And finally, I'll come back to the category Other in a few minutes, and we'll have a separate discussion on that value. For the first discussion, we're showing a copy of the previous slide for reference, just for ease of reference. We'd like to hear from you on the following. What feedback do filers and data users have on the proposed definition? What are the challenges that filers and data users have with this field? And finally, are there other product type names that filers and data users think should be added to the list? Okay, Rob, back to you.
Thanks, Marina. All right, so we're going to open up for discussion here. If you have any questions or anything, I see Barbara's hand is raised, or comments, I will just start going through with people who have their hand raised, or the comments that are in the Q&A, and we'll start reading those. So Barbara, I'm taking you off mute now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Hannah. Good morning. I have a question on, sure you can hear me, right?
Barely. Could you get a little closer to the microphone?
Okay. Let's see.
That's great.
Is that better? Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
The cost-based definition, I'm a little confused when you're saying if it's sold at a FERC-approved cost-based rate, then reported as cost-based, even if it is sold pursuant to a market-based rate tariff. I don't understand when something that is being sold at a FERC-approved cost-based rate will be sold under a market-based rate tariff.
So,
Wouldn't it be sold
Barbara,
under
this
the
is,
cost-based tariff?
yeah, Barbara, this is Maria. I think the situation that we were thinking of there is a situation where an entity may, for example, have a cost-based rate schedule that's been approved by the commission for selling, for example, reactive power to an RTO ISO, but then in tariff, they also have a market-based rate tariff. And in some cases, these suppliers have been putting in MB into the EQR for the product type name, and I think it would make, or under the proposal, it would make more sense to list it as CB, even though they have an E tariff, a market-based rate tariff.
So, couple things with that. If they are selling it, well, first, as of the last order, I thought the clarification was given that for those types of products, and specifically, I was the one who asked the question, and I thought the answer was, if you don't have to report reactive power to an ISO because it's a transmission product. And so if you have, say you have a reactive power tariff yourself, then you would be reporting it in the contract data because you have that tariff. And if you were to be able to, if you were reporting those sales, which my understanding is you don't need to anymore as of last fall, then you would report it under your tariff. If you're, I think I had originally raised the question because some of my clients didn't have a reactive power tariff, but they were selling at the ISO's rate under the ISO's tariff, so I was guiding them to use that tariff. I have a concern about reporting market-based and cost-based sales under a market-based tariff, and I thought the solution was that you didn't have to report them anymore. If they were transmission products being sold under a transmission tariff, they didn't need to get reported in the transaction data and in the contract data. If you didn't have the transmission, you didn't have a reactive power tariff, you obviously had nothing to report there. And if you did, you would report it, but you'd report it as cost-based.
Hi, Barbara. This is Roxana Reuther in the EQR team. So again, we're field 30. We're talking about the contract section of the EQR. We are
Right.
not in the transaction section. So the proposed changes impact the contract side of the EQR. So according to the order, cost-based and market-based and transmission rates should be reported to the contract side of the EQR.
Right.
The contract.
So why would you ever have, what would you be selling if you didn't have a reactive power tariff? Why would you ever list anything in your contract section as cost-based under a market-based rate tariff?
Well, I think this is Maria. I think one scenario I can think of, for example, setting aside the reactive power example, would be an older cost-based rate agreement, for example, a contract that has been in effect for a long time, and the agreement is cost-based. It's a FERC-approved agreement. It has not been revised since the implementation of the e-tariff system. And so it may be associated, again, with a market-based rate tariff, but it is actually a
Associated with a
cost-based rate.
market-based tariff. I don't understand. If there's a tariff and it's cost-based, why would it be associated with the market-based tariff?
Well, in some cases, there's a cost-based rate schedule or a contract that when it is reflected in e-tariff, in some cases it is actually, let's say, placed under a broader umbrella of a market-based rate tariff.
Uh-oh, I've never seen that, so, and I don't understand the logic of that. That seems totally against FERC's policies. If you have an older, either grandfathered or an existing old rate schedule that's cost-based, my understanding is those were to be reported, certainly on the EQR, independently. Now, the way e-tariff is set up, you know, people can kind of put things anywhere, but that's not my problem. But I don't understand. I don't
Well,
understand.
and just to be clear, I don't think that this proposal is intended to change what is reported right now in the EQR as far as characterizing it as either cost-based or market-based. It's a situation where we had some confusion from filers in terms of they would put into e-tariff this market-based rate tariff designation, but under that there may be a number of different rate schedules. And I think the purpose of this is to match the underlying rate structure of the agreement, for example, with the actual, to accurately reflect what the rate structure is.
Okay. I mean, I would say fix e-tariff. If e-tariff has cost-based things under a market-based rate tariff, that seems to me to be a problem with e-tariff, not a reason to change EQR. But that's just me.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. I don't, if you could lower your hand unless you want to
Yep.
continue. Yeah.
Nope.
And you can put yourself back on mute and I'll let you know when we're ready for you again. Is there any other questions that we have on field 30 or any more comments? Please feel free to send them in. Otherwise, Marina, whenever you're ready, we can move on.
Great, thanks, Rob. Okay, let's move on.
Wait, Renee, raise your hand again. There we go. Renee, I'm going to unmute you now. There you go, Renee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
One of the things I'd like to see in the definition possibly is the fact that QFs that are excluded from reporting be included in that definition. Like based on size or location to each other. There was language, I don't have it at the moment, but I didn't know if that could be included in the definition, so not all QF information was included.
Hi, Renee. This is Maria. I'm sorry. Do you mean that if they are excluded from reporting, they would still have to report something, or?
No,
Okay.
the definition doesn't reference the fact that current QFs that are not required to file are those under one. I don't know if my coworker wrote this right. 1 megawatt facility, or not located within a mile of another QF.
Oh, in other words, to reflect that in the definition. I see.
Yes, reflected in the definition. Otherwise, it looks like all QFs would be reportable, and we do know that there are some that are excluded.
Right. Okay, thank you. I think I understand that point now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, any others? Does anyone
We
else
do.
have another comment?
We have one question in the chat that I'm going to make public, and we'll answer verbally if it's answered. So Rhonda asks, does this mean we don't have to list ancillary products such as Black Start, Spinning Reserve, and etc.? Maria, Roxana, or Sohaila, or yeah.
Yeah, this is Maria. So what we're proposing here would not change how that would be currently reported. So for example, with Black Start, and at least to my knowledge, it's provided at a cost-based rate. So it would be reported under the product type name CB. It would nonetheless be reported.
Right. So the answer is, they would still have to list all their ancillary products.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. This proposal is just in terms of how to reflect that product in the product type name field, but it doesn't change the actual reporting mechanism.
And Rhonda, to emphasize what Maria is saying, we're in the contract section of the EQR. So field 30 is in the contract section, and right now we're in the contract section of the EQR.
Okay. I see that Joy May has a question. Joy May, I'm going to unmute you now and go ahead. What's your question?
I have a question in regard to the non-public utility, because that's what we are, and pretty much for all of our contracts, we've put that in. So are we going to be needing to be adding other things besides NPU? And I don't understand for the transmission capacity reassignment, we need the capacity reassignment. Is that when somebody reassigns their transmission contract to someone else?
Hi, Joy. This is Maria. So the NPUs would continue to mark in the product type name field NPU for the products that they are selling, with the exception of transmission capacity reassignments, where we'd prefer that they use the CR designations, and your understanding of transmission capacity reassignment is correct.
Okay, so that would be the Schedule A1, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Trying to think of it off the top of my head. Okay, so we just continue to do what we're doing, and these other product types won't matter to us. So that's good to know. Thank you very much.
Yes, I do know, sorry to interject, but I do know that there are NPUs that are currently doing this, and I think that's the most transparent way of reporting the transmission capacity reassignments.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't really have any by us, at least in my region, so we haven't had to do that, but I just wanted to make sure I understood it and that anybody else with the company understands it as well. So that's all I needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joy May. I'm going to put you back on mute, but if you could, oh, I see you lowered your hand, and Renee has her hand back up. Go ahead, Renee. You're still unmuted.
Sorry, if my hand was up, it shouldn't be.
Oh, okay. I'll put you back on mute and go ahead and just lower your hand. There we go. All right. If there's no more questions, that would be great. And if you have spoken, if you could check real quick to make sure that you're muted again, because I've lost you in my list. It would be, I believe someone is still unmuted that's typing. Just if you could just make sure to mute yourself, that would be wonderful. And I think we're ready to move on, Marina.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rob. So there are a few issues that we're seeing with filers reporting other in the product type name field, field number 30. The first issue is summarized in this table. We would expect, for example, that filers would report product names like network, point-to-point agreement, or capacity from Appendix A in fields 31 and 63 as being cost-based, market-based, or transmission in field 30. But filers are reporting them as other in field 30. And we wouldn't expect these to be associated with other. What we'd like to know is we'd like to understand why filers are reporting in this way. And we'll pause here and have a discussion on that.
All right. If anyone would like to respond to this about using other, please raise your hand or add some Q&A in the WebEx window. Marina, maybe we could, is there a way that we could expand a little bit on this? Um, um,
Sure. It seems it's just a little bit confusing, I think, from our viewpoint as to why some of these combinations are popping up. Where for the product name in other in field 30, we're seeing things associated with other like network, tolling energy, point-to-point agreement, capacity, energy, etc. Um, and we would expect that filers would report product names like the ones on the right side of the column to be associated with being cost-based, market-based, or transmission in field 30, not being associated with other. So we're just trying to understand why filers are submitting their EQRs in this way if there's a reason that isn't really clear to us that we're not seeing. We'd like to hear from filers if there's something really clear to them about this.
all right, go ahead, Barbara.
But the only, I can't speak for most people. I did have one client a while back that had an energy contract that was the product of a court settlement falling out of the whole Enron debacle. And it wasn't really under a tariff. And that's the only time I've ever sort of knowingly used other. I think a lot of people, clients that I've come in and worked with, they may have it when, I don't know why you'd ever say a point-to-point agreement was other, but I think some things like the transmission owner agreements or an interconnection agreement, they feel like if it's not like actively transmitting from one point on a wire to another, it's not transmission. And so I think maybe FERC could be a little clearer on things like interconnection agreements and transmission owner agreements if you want it to be a transmission contract.
Barbara, would you see a case in which the capacity would be other, or energy in a broader sense, not the one that you brought, for example, would be categorized as other?
I don't think it should be. No, I think people use it incorrectly for the most part. I think you're kind of onto something. But I have seen that one bizarre example. So
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, so we have a couple of comments in the Q&A. Lisa commented that field 30 doesn't have the field 31 option. So is there a FERC staff member that would like to respond to this?
I think later on she said she's clear now on that.
Hey, if this is Maria, hey, Lisa, I think in the Q&A you suggested adding the word service agreement to the definition. Was there one in particular you were thinking of? Was that for network?
Hi, Lisa, you've been unmuted now. Go ahead.
Hi. I was just thinking in the definition of product type name, you mentioned rate schedule and maybe this network and point to point would be helpful to have the word service agreement since those are service agreements under the transmission tariff. So that would make it clear that service agreements are a T.
I see. To add that in other words, and I think this goes to Barbara's point too, that if we put it in the definition, that it may be clear that that's the option that folks should choose.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Lisa. Lisa, if you could lower your hand, and I think we're ready to move on. Marina, whenever you're ready, we can continue on with the next thing.
Okay. And we're going to jump right into another discussion slide. This one has following. So this next issue is that filers sometimes choose other in product type name in field 30, but under rate description in field 37, they state capacity or energy, like what's shown here on the top half of the slide in the red text. What we'd like to know is that under what circumstances are filers reporting, as is shown here on the top table, instead of how it's shown in the bottom table, with market-based or cost-based being reported in product type name in field 30, and energy or capacity from product type in field 31.
So Marina, what we're asking for here is could someone explain if there's a situation that they see where the top is accurate or more accurate than the bottom? If anyone has any comments on this, otherwise, I think our guidance then the bottom is more accurate than the top if we can't find an example?
Yes, I believe so. It just it seems to make sense. The black font table seems to make sense. So yeah, we're just trying to figure out, under what circumstances would it make sense to report as shown here in the top table. Maybe we're missing something.
Yeah, and we're also interested if our current definition is confusing, and that could be a cause for filers reporting other for energy and capacity. If it's something about the definition that's not clear, and then sellers, go back and default to other.
Troy May pointed out that we have a small little typo, and we'll fix this in the presentation that we put online. It should say field 30 and field 31 in the red table at the top instead of field 37.
No, I believe that field 37 rate description is correct.
I'm sorry. That is correct. I am incorrect. Thanks. I didn't realize they are. Yes. So it's two different fields here. So rate description, it's not apples to apples. The column names here. The column names are actually different from the top to the bottom too. I'm sorry, Marina. You're correct.
Yeah. No problem. I think it gets to the nuance of the question. Why are people writing in the rate description? They're writing in, typing out capacity or energy instead of just choosing it from the product type field in 31. Okay, should we wait another few seconds, see if any more thoughts pop up, if anyone wants to share their ideas and why this might be occurring?
We did. We had a couple more questions that are come in.
Okay.
So Rhonda has her hand raised. Rhonda, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think you answered my question once you told me it was in a different field, because I was wondering about the product type name of other. So if you have a a product type, I guess, so that is capacity, and you have something like non-firm capacity, or you have different types of capacity, and rather than listing them all, would you just use other? Is that a reason? Or you have like system energy or unit firm or something like that? Is that a reason to use other than listing them all? Or would energy just cover all of that? Or is this off?
So Rhonda, let me understand your question. So you're saying you have energy or capacity that's sold, let's say, both on market-based and cost-based, and instead of listing them separately, you would put other and basically combine them. And
Yes.
it is other. Okay, I understand. So that would be an example in which some people would use other because it could be it is cost and market and is reported on the same line. And let me would you see that in the same contract, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's rare, but I think it happens.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your example of that.
Thanks, Rhonda. I'm going to put you back on mute, and if you could lower your hand, that would be great. Joy May, you have a question that I'm going to make public. I'm going to say it's answered verbally, but we need a little bit more clarification. So if you could raise your hand, or I will unmute you if you have oh, you've unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, it's like I've never, for a rate description, to me, it's like you're putting in some type of rate, or how, if it's like it's a tariff rate or you're describing the rate. I wouldn't ever put capacity or energy in. And as Barbara was saying, to put other in, I thought I would, if that was me, if there was different types of products, like in a contract, I would separate them out in separate lines. So I wouldn't need to use others. It's like I use non-public utility, but still I understand what they are. So it's like, I don't understand why people would put the capacity or energy, because that's not telling you how the rate is defined. Am I articulating that well enough?
Joy May, that makes perfect sense. Does any FERC staff want to comment? Roxana.
Yeah, that would make sense to me, and yeah, in a way, it obscures the transparency of the rate. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, after I wrote the question, it's like I'm looking at it, it's like, that's what your question really is here. Why are people doing it that way? But yeah, having extra lines would actually, if there's multiple product types within the same contract, having multiple lines for it would actually solve that problem. You could put energy or what market-based or whatever it is in the product type name, and then put how the rate is determined in field 37.
Yeah, that would make sense. We are at this point of the process where we're trying to understand. We see the data and we're trying to figure out why. So this is really helpful to hear from everyone, when this might happen, and also for other people that are looking at the data, how would be, better viewed for transparency reasons.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to move on to Rhonda Johnson has her hand raised. Rhonda, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Could you also just put the ascension number, which references the tariff, which has the product numbers in there, rather than just listing?
Marina, Roxana, or Maria, do you have can you?
Is your question is basically with the rate description field, if you're saying, could you just put the exception number in there instead of listing out capacity and energy?
Correct.
I guess the question would be, why list capacity and energy at all if you could report it as shown here on the bottom? Like, why type it in manually when you could choose it as a product type from field 31 and associate it with market-based or cost-based on the bottom as shown?
Okay, I'm not sure I'm following you. So
Rhonda, it is perfectly, actually, the commissioning staff encourages the use of session numbers in the rate description, and this is something that it's also prescribed in the data dictionary. So it's perfectly appropriate to put the session number if you have it in the rate description, and it's not necessary to type energy and capacity again, because we already know the product that is sold based on the product name.
Okay. You have some, I can hardly hear you. There's some distortion back there.
Okay, can you hear me better now? Sorry, my mic was moved. So yeah, it is perfectly appropriate to put the accession number in the rate description. It's also mentioned in the data dictionary, and it offers a lot of transparency and information. So again, if you have an accession number, you can definitely put it in the rate description, and it is not necessary to list the product again in field 37 because we already collect that in the product name.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move on to, if you could put yourself back on mute, that would be great. I could move on to Lisa had a couple of comments in the Q&A, and I'm going to make them public and put them as answered verbally. But I think we may need a little bit more information on them. Lisa, if you have time, do you think you could explain the two comments that you have? I think you should be able to take yourself off mute. I'm going to look for you in the list and be able to do it myself. Hi, Lisa, you've been unmuted. Can you explain the two questions that you had?
I don't think I really have questions. I think I agree the definitions for other, it could be expanded upon a little bit just to say, I mean, it should be one of the 4 options. And I'm not sure how to word it. I don't have wording right at the tip of my tongue, but I think they're getting confused with product and the product type name, as you brought up. It's too similar to product, and so they're entering other and not understanding that these are transmission tariffs. It's one of the 4 choices. It would be rare for it to be other. I'm not sure how to change that wording, but it'd be helpful to change the definition of other, I think, to say it should be one of the 4. I mean,
okay.
I'm not sure of good wording on that. I don't have it right at the tip of my tongue right now, but anyway, I think they're getting confused with product.
Maybe, yeah. So what you're saying is probably just the field names may be confusing people a little bit because they're so similar. That's a good point.
They are
we'll take that
very
back.
similar. Maybe it would be better to say tariff type name or something different than product.
No, that's a good point. Well,
and then just to make it clear that others should, I mean, it really should be one of the 4 answers given. So
that's a great point. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it.
And the other was the same for rate description. I was just thinking if you added a little, some extra wording on that first sentence, text description of rate, and like, where are they going to look if your EQR person isn't really handling these contracts? It's like you need to read the contract and look at the section number, and that's what we're looking for. So I think I put some not very good wording into the Q&A, but you need to tell them where to look. It should be in the contract or the service agreement or rate schedule section. Just tell them where to look for the wording.
A little bit later on in the presentation, we're going to be talking about rate description and proposing some potential edits to that definition. So I think that might actually touch on what you're talking about.
Okay, that's it.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, Barbara, go ahead. You've been unmuted. Or I'm about to. There we go.
I have been on and off with the hand because Lisa kind of said some of the stuff that I wanted to say, but if you look at, I just went back and looked at the description and the definitions, and it does talk about the tariffs, but unfortunately some people doing the EQRs don't get beyond the field name. And so I think if you just called it tariff type, and it would be clearer to people.
That makes a lot of sense.
Pardon me? Oh, okay.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
train people, I try to tell them, I mean, a lot of people come in and all they have is a market-based tariff, and they're putting all sorts of stuff under there because if they have a contract that they negotiated based on the cost, they think it's a cost-based agreement, but it's being done under their market-based tariff. And so it's just something that I think has caused a lot of confusion. I don't think the definitions are all that confusing. I just think not many people read them. So if you're going to get, you're going to lose them after 3 words being the field name, you might want to try tariff type.
Yeah, and people may feel like they need to fill out everything in their EQR, and sometimes sometimes the fields are there are a lot of optional fields, so they don't have to, if they don't read past the field name, that can create the problems. That's a great point, Barbara. Thanks so much.
While I'm unmuted, can I ask you a question? You had said the chat was going to everyone, and I sent you some notes. It appears to me that you have the option of sending, to the presenter, to FERC staff, but I don't know if anyone else can see what I've written, or if anyone else has written anything. So I don't know that it's going to like everyone that's listening to this.
Yeah, it looks like, not being on the attendee side of things, I can't see it. We assumed that there was, beside the to field, that there is an option that says everyone. If that's
all
not the
panelists.
case, it just says all panelists. There's nothing below.
Presenter, host, and presenter, all panelists, and then it has you all, name by name. But if anyone else has typed anything, then I will tell you it's not going to everyone. So
I got you. So yeah, on our list, there's the thing that literally says everyone at the end of all of the panelist names. It's way far at the bottom of that drop down list. If that's not the case, then I apologize, and the chat feature just maybe it's an option that was missed when this was set up. So we'll
I guess
work
because
on
you
that
guys are cool, you can do it. It's not there. Steve Michaels is the last name on the list on my side.
We'll work on that for the next one. We'll and make sure it's enabled, or change the format of this WebEx. There's a couple more options that we've gotten. Okay. So thanks, Barbara, for pointing that out. I appreciate it. So I think we're ready to move on or move into a break. Marina, what do you want? What do you want to do?
I think we should take a quick break here and then resume right after. So should we say just a 10-minute break here? You want to do 15?
Let's do, what time is it? It's 10:54. Let's go ahead and do a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 10 after 11.
Okay, that sounds good.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. We'll get started here in just a second. I just want to go over the same rules that we are adhering to for the conference. So if you could, everybody will be muted when they join the conference. Um, I believe that if I have unmuted you once, you may have the option to unmute and unmute yourself, but please raise your hand and we'll call on you. We encourage you all to participate. Just please raise your hand icon and I will call on you to ask your question and unmute you if necessary, or you'll be able to unmute yourself and the chat box seems to not be working to have chat among all attendees, and we apologize for that. It's something that we're trying to work on mid-conference, but unfortunately we'll probably have to just wait until the next tech conference when we can hopefully resolve this issue. So if you have questions that you want to, or a comment that you want to be made public for everybody, just put it in the Q&A and I will tag it as being answered verbally if it's just a comment. If it's a specific question that ends in a question mark, we'll try to answer it, and I will make those things public too. So if we want to move on, Marina, I think you have one last section before lunch.
Yeah, I think we can be flexible with how the breaks go, and just depending on how much of a robust conversation we have for each of these topics. So when your stomachs start to grumble, let me know. So we've identified certain product names in Appendix A that we'd like to focus on today. These were chosen based on prior questions we've received from filers or areas that we've identified as needing clarification. These are also areas where we'd like to get information on why filers are reporting the data in certain ways. For the product names that we're not discussing today, we either don't perceive a need to modify those because filers seem to be reporting the data without any difficulties, or because staff just isn't seeing any issues with the data received. However, there is time at the end of this section for any items that you'd like to discuss that are outside of this list. The current definition of customer charge is fixed contractual charges assessed on a per customer basis that could include billing service. Currently, we're not proposing any modifications to the definition, but we'd like to understand what types of items filers are putting in this category. Also, are filers having any issues with the definition? Does it need modification or clarification? And we're going to pause there and ask that you raise your hand if you have any comments or questions.
Go ahead, Barbara, you can unmute it.
Oh, thanks. When I use that for some large utility clients that I have that sell to electrical districts within their footprint. And as part of the service, beside providing the power, they may also read the meters of the retail customers in the electrical district and actually bill them. And so I think that fits the definition. So I don't see a need to change the definition, but that's what I've used it for.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. Anybody else have any other comments or suggestions about Appendix A customer charge? All right, Marina. I think we can move on.
Okay.
Penny asked, can you give other examples of what FERC would expect to see here? Marina, Roxana, or someone, is there any examples that you can think of?
Right. I think this was one that was just kind of stumping us as far as what one would expect to associate with a customer charge. We just wanted to hear from filers for those that do report this. Just hear an example of what some of those would be. So I don't know that we have any examples to share of what we would expect to see.
Okay.
Hey, Rob, may I ask a question of Barbara real quick? Not Barbara, not to put you on the spot.
I'm sure she won't mind. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
When you do
You after a while. Anyway, go ahead.
when you do report customer charge, do you report it under the product type name other?
One client I can think of is a non-public utility, so that would be MPU. Another one, let me think, it's been a while. It would have been part of a contract that was either done an old rate schedule, and I think over time it was both. That originally there was a cost-based tariff / rate schedule with that was filed at FERC for this individual or these groups of customers. And so in that case, because it was part of it, it was a requirements contract. They were serving the either all or partial needs of electrical districts within their footprint. And so when it was done under a cost-based tariff that was approved at FERC, I would do it as cost-based. And when later those contracts were renegotiated, but at that point they were renegotiated under the market-based tariff, I reported them as market-based. So no. The only other I can think of, I might be wrong, but is that one bizarre example I gave you earlier where it was a negotiated settlement from a court, so no.
Right. Thank you for clarifying. Thanks.
Okay, are there any more comments on this product name, customer charge? Okay, I'm going to move on to the next item. So currently, the direct assignment facilities charge definition that's in Appendix A differs slightly from how it's defined in the pro forma OAT in Section 1.11. We propose to modify the definition in the EQR data dictionary to include the word transmission that's shown in bold. So the new definition would be charges for facilities or portions of facilities that are constructed or used for the sole use or benefit of a particular transmission customer. This product name is only reported for contracts, not in transactions. So for example, this would apply to short radials off loop that are charged to a particular transmission customer. The point of this change is to conform to the pro forma OAT. And the discussion questions are, what feedback do filers have on the modification to this definition? And would filers need to report this for non-transmission customers? Okay, raise your hand if you have any comments.
Joy May, your hand was raised briefly. If you have a comment, please raise it again and I can find you in the list. There we go. I'll go ahead and unmute you now. All right.
I couldn't find me in the list to see if it was raised, so took a minute. So we use the direct assignment facility charges. We have some old contracts that have like station service in where the customers are paying us for station service or something along those lines. There are specific charges within the contract where they have to pay us a fixed fee, and that's where we're using it. So if we add this definition of transmission for the customer, how would we categorize those types of charges? Where the contract has specific charges that we're charging to the transmission or to the customer for different things. It would be like they have equipment in our substation or whatever, and we're charging them a direct fee for certain items, like I said, station service for one. So maybe I'm not using the direct assignment facility charge correctly when I'm filing.
That's an excellent example. Does any FERC staff have a comment on that, or is that something that we need to take back?
So the stations, this is Dave, the station service you're providing is to a generator?
No, it could just be to another customer that's interconnected to our, so it could be a transmission, yeah.
Because you said substation.
Yeah, they're that is transmission now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
But there could be other scenarios as well. I didn't research all the ones we had before I did this. I did look at them. So transmission, station service. One is for compensation for facilities we provide. And one's for capacity reservation, that it's a direct assignment cost. So that's how we were using it. So I guess they could all fit under transmission if we used it loosely.
We have a couple more people, I think, that want to get involved in the conversation. Jorme, I'm going to keep you unmuted, but feel free to mute yourself back again. But I'm going to unmute Barbara and also Lisa, and we'll see how this group conversation goes. Barbara and Lisa, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
I was going to say that I was fine with the definition change and that I've not seen it used for a non-transmission, and particularly because it's such it's a term of art with from the OAT. So, and it sounded like what Jorme was saying was largely transmission. I don't understand how you would charge for station service. That was confusing to me, but so I think that the change is fine.
These are old agreements from like 50 years ago or something, and they're still in there. So they put it in a long time ago.
Yeah, some of those things I might have been inclined to just use other rather than direct assignment facilities charge, but it wasn't clear exactly what everything was.
Yeah.
Lisa, did you have a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, we have a full requirements rate schedule with municipals, and the direct assignment facilities charge is itemized in those rate schedules. And they are a transmission customer, but it might be confusing to others. I mean, they're a transmission customer under the full requirements contract.
That makes sense. Marina?
And I'll add to that what we had received guidance that to file in the transaction data for those rate schedules as a customer charge, because in the transaction data, direct assignment facilities isn't allowed. And in the contract data, I was adding direct assignment facilities charge because that is exactly what is defined in the contract. And then I started to get rejected, so I had to add customer charge to my contract as well to allow the direct assignment facilities charge to pass the transaction data. But again, it's these are one-off full requirements contracts that don't necessarily fit the typical mold.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an example we might need to take back and look at some more. Rob, are there any other comments?
I don't think so. Barbara and Lisa, you're still unmuted with your hands raised. If you have something to add, feel free. Otherwise, you can lower your hands and you'll probably want to mute yourself again. I think we're good. We can move on,
Okay.
Marina.
Great, thank you. So we propose to begin requiring emergency energy transactions to be designated as such in the transaction section of the EQR. If a filer is reporting emergency energy in field 31 in Appendix A, then the transactions would be required to be marked as emergency energy in field 63 in product name. We recognize that under the current reporting requirements, filers report emergency energy as a contract product, but the transactions are reported simply as energy. And we view the benefit of splitting out emergency energy from energy transactions would be for data users to see why a sudden price spike might have occurred for a specific date. This would give greater transparency of possible indications of market power based on EQR data, including what factors might influence unexpected high-priced energy sales. For example, the types of transactions that we're talking about would be under reserve sharing agreements. For the discussion, our questions are, what criteria are used to categorize a sale as emergency energy? How are filers internally tracking the sale of emergency energy currently? What would be the challenges if emergency energy transactions were required to be reported as emergency energy instead of just as energy? Okay, and the floor is open for comments. Give it another minute here to give people a chance to mull it over.
So John Sturgeon has his hand raised. John, I'm going to unmute you and then I'll get to the other people, but go ahead and start. Go ahead, John.
Okay, this is John. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think this is a good change. We presently have to go in and change these from emergency energy out of our system to just energy. So that would, that would help. And you guys asked kind of questions around how we track this. We have internal reports that pull all emergency transactions for each region. So I work for Duke Energy. So for Duke Energy Florida, Duke Energy Carolina, Duke Energy Progress, we have internal reports that run at the end of each month. So we have a report that shows all emergency sales.
That's excellent to know. Thanks, John. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John, and thank you for actually explaining in detail how introducing this product will actually simplify your way of reporting the EQR for your company.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to mute you again. If you could lower your hand until you want to raise it again, and I'll just go down the line. Barbara, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Thanks. The clients that I have that report this, I think it would be fine to have it be in the transaction data. They do this under either reserve sharing groups, or I know of some in the Northeast that have old emergency energy supply contracts, even though they're in an ISO footprint. And in all cases, I believe the sales are kind of done out of the transmission department. So they are separated from sales normally that the merchant side of the house does. And so I don't think it would be a problem to separate them. They are identifiable because they're done. It's all depends on the contractual vehicle that's used for the sale.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. Put you back on mute and we'll move on to Joy May. Oh, hold on, missed it. There we go. Go ahead, Joey May.
Hi, I think we should, if we're using reserve sharing groups for emergency energy, I just think it should be added to the definition. So it's more specific of what we're calling emergency energy. Because to me, emergency energy is when we're going out to other BAs or something and we're getting energy back. So it's a matter of, I just think it should be clarified. As to, are we reporting it? I'm not sure. I don't do the transaction side of the house. I just mainly do the contract side. And I would have to look into that to see if we have any emergency energy. I'm not sure off the top of my head. And if we are reporting it for the reserve sharing group. But the definition, if we clarified that, I think it might be easier, or it might make more sense to some people that are using it. I think right now our reserve sharing group, we're just putting it in as energy.
Thanks, Joy May. John, I'm going to unmute you now too. Go ahead.
Okay, so after Barbara stated what she did, ours is the same way. We are reserve energy. It's a reserve sharing agreement. And I am on the marketing side, and we get notified a day after the sale's made for entry into the trade system. So we don't really know of the emergency sale until after the fact also. So just as a, and I'm not sure, I know you guys mentioned talking about higher prices. That's not necessarily what emergency sale is not necessarily higher priced. I mean, we have emergency sales that are in the off peak just because somebody lost a unit that,
Exactly.
You may sell at a relatively really lower rate that's, off peak rates. So like in the $20. So it's not necessarily going to show you high prices. Now, there is some that occur during peak days, high prices you are going to get on a peak, 95-degree day and somebody loses a unit. Then, our system's going to be running at a higher cost. So that emergency sale would be at a higher cost.
Yeah, those are both really good points. Thanks for bringing those up, John.
I'm going to put you back on mute, or I may have missed you. So if y'all could check and make sure that you're muted. And I see everybody's hand has been lowered. If there's any more comments, we'd love to have them on emergency energy. It feels like is there truly only that one category of emergency energy that has been discussed, or is there other things that could fall into this? Because I know that there was a suggestion about making the definition a little bit more specific. Go ahead, Barbara.
Most of what I've seen is like the Southwest Reserve Sharing Group, Northwest Reserve Sharing Group, but I've also seen it in certain contracts. There was one, I had a client in New York that had an emergency energy supply with a neighboring utility that was apparently not a member of the ISO. And so the merchant people didn't even know that there were emergency energy sales being made. It wasn't until I went in and audited them and found out they were reporting things differently in their Form 1 than they were on their EQR. So the good news was standards of conduct were in effect because they weren't talking to each other, but the bad news was they were making some energy sales that they weren't reporting. And I've seen some other cases with what normally would be kind of transmission or transmission-ish contracts that include some emergency energy. So I don't think you can say that it's exclusively reserve sharing groups, but you might be able to say, for instance, sales made under reserve sharing groups.
That could be something that we put like in an FAQ where we give some examples and things like this when we introduce, if this is introduced as a product name. That's a great, thanks for chiming in. I appreciate it, Barbara. Anybody else? Is there anyone else on the line or any other staff members that want to ask a follow-up question to anybody who's spoken? Otherwise, Marina, Renee jumped on. Renee, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Hey, currently I'm not aware of any emergency transactions in our system. I don't know if we capture them as energy or not, but I am reaching out to my group to find out if we've had them. I know I've not excluded anything or had to change anything. It definitely does not come through on our EQR report as emergency energy to be changed to energy. So maybe we just have it right that it came in as energy, but I'm doing some research to figure that one out.
Thanks,
Great,
Renee.
thank you.
So Marina, up to you about, there's Well, Barbara jumped back on. Go ahead, Barbara.
One quick thing to Renee's point. I think a lot of her clients are in the ISOs, and I think reserve sharing groups are less frequently done in ISO footprints because the ISO takes care of that. So it may be that she doesn't have any. So.
Okay, great. Moving on to the next topic. So this slide covers a new product name called Energy Imbalance Market. We are not proposing to change the definition or the reporting requirements for the product name Energy Imbalance that's shown in Appendix A. That continues to be an ancillary service. It's set forth in order number 888. But the emergence of energy imbalance markets administered by CalISO and SPP may require reporting modifications in the EQR. Because EIM sales are jurisdictional and associated with power sales, they should continue to be reported in both contract and transaction. However, since there isn't a clear product name for this type of contract and transaction, filers report energy imbalance market contracts and transactions under the product names energy and energy imbalance. Therefore, we are proposing to add the new product name called Energy Imbalance Market with a proposed definition as shown on the slide. Product sold in a commission-approved energy imbalance market for the purpose of balancing real-time supply and demand. For the discussion, we'd like to hear from you on the following questions. What challenges are filers experiencing with reporting energy imbalance market data in the EQR? Would the energy imbalance market product name be a helpful option for filers? And finally, we'd like to hear your feedback about the proposed new definition for EIM.
Excellent. Thanks, Marina. Renee, you have your hand raised. You've been unmuted. Go ahead. Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Is there anybody that has any comments about adding energy imbalance as a product name? Go ahead, Barbara.
Of course I do. It wouldn't be a EQR Tech Conference if I didn't get on my soapbox and whine about having to report ridiculously small charges. And this is in particular, these are 5-minute transactions, a lot of them, and they're, so one of the questions is what challenges are filers experiencing? Getting millions of lines of data for a penny or two. So that in general is an issue. I think it's particularly difficult, as far as I know, for neither FERC nor the California ISO has done a crosswalk of what's included, what you called. A lot of utilities have kind of gotten together and done their best guess, but I think it's very frustrating to try to report something when you can't get guidance on it. So I would like, if FERC wants this reported, I would like to see a crosswalk published with exactly what charge codes, in particular from the California ISO, are included and what they should be reported as. So I'm a little cranky on that one. And I just don't think they add any value at all.
Thanks, Barbara. I don't think that we are going to comment on how small we can go into the EQR with the quantities or the prices yet with the EQR, unfortunately. But we are taking that back as something that we are looking at about how small charges or how small quantities could be collected into the EQR, or if the commission as a whole continues to want to collect everything, which is right now the requirement. So, anybody else have a comment on energy imbalance market for product name? Penny, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that this imbalance energy market Currently, none of the ISOs are the ones that I'll look at, PJM, MISO, NISO, ISO New England. None of them use energy imbalance in their generated EQR transaction files. The only place I see that is in CAISO, beloved CAISO, which doesn't create an EQR report for us. So every entity has to write their own EQR reports. And I've seen that. That's where I see imbalance energy used with an ISO imbalance market.
Penny, at least PJM does. I'm sure of it. I don't know about the others. I can't think off the top of my head.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
PJM.
Okay. Okay, my bad then. Maybe my group's changing it just to energy and not using imbalance energy. I'll look at it. Okay, sorry.
Thanks, Penny. That's what we're here for. Is this great discussion? Appreciate it. Yeah, Robert also confirms in the thing that PJM also does, and also comments that 5-minute data is quite a lot of data, and we understand that is accurate. It is a lot of data. Collecting it is something that we're looking at. Anybody else have a question about energy imbalance or comments? Marina, if nothing's coming up, you might want to. We can go ahead and move on to the next one.
Great, sounds good. Okay, so on this slide, we're proposing to modify the product name network to be more descriptive, and we're proposing to rename it to network service agreement. The definition would remain unchanged. And the purpose of changing the label is to clarify the nature of the agreement and just make sure it conforms with the naming convention of how other agreements are labeled in the data dictionary, for example, system operating agreements or transmission owners agreement. Further discussion, we just want to hear your feedback on the proposed change to the product name network.
This seems like it's a small, tiny change, but Barbara, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
It works for me. I think it's fine.
Great. This might be the easiest slide we have today.
Yeah, I think we can chalk this one up to it's a technical change in just the name and move on. Go ahead, Marina.
Okay. The definition of tolling energy is energy sold from a plant whereby the buyer provides fuel to a generator and receives power in return for pre-established fees. We've noticed that some filers are reporting tolling energy under the product name energy, and we'd like to understand that a little bit better. Are filers having difficulties reporting this product name, and do filers have suggestions for potential improvements?
Any comments on tolling energy and product name? Marina, this one may be
Deep in the weeds.
yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, if anyone thinks of anything, you can always just put it in the chat.
Or send us a email at eqr@ferc.gov. If you do use tolling energy, we'd love to hear from you.
Okay. Next item, we have a discussion on load following. So we're seeing that some filers report load following in other for product name, and we would like to understand why load following is being reported as a service. What are filers categorizing as load following? And finally, before we move away from the discussion on Appendix A, I wanted to give listeners a chance to comment on any other product names in Appendix A that we have not covered today.
So anybody have any comments on load following or anything that hasn't been addressed that's in product name? We'd love to hear any questions or comments about how you're reporting or any concerns about where where there could be some data problems. Go ahead, Barbara, you can unmute yourself and join.
Okay. I don't understand why someone would report load following in the other. I would think it would be requirement service, because that's kind of the definition of requirement service. So I'm confused by the question, and how did you know it was load following if they were reporting it as other?
Roxana, do you remember where this was in the data, or Marina or Sohaila? I forget personally where we actually found this. If one of y'all could jump in, that would be lovely.
Yeah, this is Sohaila. I think people are putting it on the rate description, the load following, so that's why we find it.
No. Okay, call the ones who do and ask them why. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, that's requirement, the definition of requirement service. So.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, Marina, I think we're at a point we can move on to, I think, your last topic before we break for lunch.
Okay, let's see. There may be one more after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this slide shows Appendix E and F from the data dictionary, and we're proposing to add a new rate unit in Appendix F called millions per kilowatt hour, because we've heard from filers that have older contracts that this addition would be useful for them. Are there other units or rate units that filers commonly use that should be added to Appendix E and F? Is there anything that we're missing here that you'd like to see added?
Anybody have any comments upon the units? These are, I don't think we've changed these in a couple of years, so this is a major change, is just creating another edition that people can use.
If nothing comes to mind immediately, always feel free to email the EQR box and let us know what you'd like to see added. Currently, the filing requirements state that filers are required to submit one of 4 rate fields, either rate, field 34, rate min, 35, rate max, 36, or the rate description, field 37. If the contract doesn't specify any of the rates, then the filer should leave these fields blank. However, if the rate fields are left blank, then the rate description must have some content in it. Most filers leave the rate min, max, and the rate fields blank. But some filers are putting 0 for one of these 3. And since the validation only looks at blanks, and if people put 0 in any of these rate fields, then they're actually getting around putting anything in the rate description. So this is an inadvertent gap in our validation that we would like to fix. So as I said on the previous slide, the current validation requires that if all 3 fields, rate, min, and max, are blank, then the rate description can't be blank and it can't have NA or none in it. This issue becomes more nuanced because based on the current validation, if any one of the 3 rate fields, 34, 35, 36, are 0, and the other 2 of that trio are left blank, then the submission is accepted even if there's nothing written in the rate description, or even if it says NA or none in the rate description. So this is an issue from an analysis standpoint because we want to understand the nature of the rates in the contract. And we'll get into the specifics for what we expect to see in the rate description on the next slide. For example, like where to find the rate and how it's calculated. But our solution to this issue is the proposed change to the current validation. We'd like to patch this workaround that I just described so that if the values for all 3 fields for rate, minimum, and maximum are 0 or blank, then the rate description cannot be left blank, and filers can't put NA or none. Otherwise, the system would reject that filing. For the rate description field, what we're seeing currently is that the 300 character limit is posing challenges for filers and for data users, and the accession numbers are particularly useful, but many filers leave that field blank or don't include the accession number. So on this slide, we're still looking to capture a text description of the rate in the rate description field, but we are also proposing to update the language to reflect newer FERC systems and also any future successors of eTariff and eLibrary. We also added language to capture the idea that the eTariff system doesn't use page numbers, and the filer would need to include a detailed citation of the FERC accession number, including page number for older contracts, or list a tariff section label if the contract is in eTariff. Also, if the contract is filed at FERC and the FERC tariff reference is already listed in field number 19, then the filer doesn't need to re-enter it here again. And finally, we propose to remove the 300 character limit and extend it to be more accommodating because the new system would allow larger character limits. The discussion questions are, what feedback do filers and data users have on the proposed modification to the definition of rate description and the proposed validation change? And finally, what are the challenges that filers and data users have with these fields? All right, the floor is open for discussion.
We did have one comment on here from Troy saying that they don't agree with this change. Troy, is there something that you'd like to add? I can unmute you if you'd like to comment, if you want to raise your hand, or if that's all you want, that's fine. We'll I'll just make this public. Barbara, I'm going to unmute you and you can go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things. But first, let me say I love the larger character limit on rate description because sometimes that's a real challenge. I think getting back to the zeros, that originally in the old software, if you had a product that you were giving away for free, if you just put 0 in the rate field, the software wouldn't take it because it was with a numeric field, it thought it was blank even if you had 0 in there. So you had to write in the rate description, the rate is 0 or provided at no charge or something like that. Also, and I know this was true of the old one, and I kind of thought it was true currently, if you download your data from FERC's site and use that as a starting point for the next quarter's entry, at least it used to be that all of the numeric fields that didn't have something else in them ended up being populated with zeros. And I think that's why a lot of people had zeros in fields. They didn't really intentionally put them there. It was just that they downloaded their data in CSV format and the numeric fields auto-populated with zeros. So you either had to go in and take them out before you uploaded your data or they would be there. So that may be the source of some of those zeros. And I'm not sure what it does currently because I don't get the data that way, but that's sort of maybe a source of that issue.
Makes sense. Troy, you have a couple more comments, and your last one says all fields have to be changed, just more work, and I don't think I quite understand what that means. If you'd like to raise your hand and give a further explanation of it verbally, that would be wonderful. Barbara, if you don't have any more, I'm going to put you back on mute. All right, I don't think we have any more comments on this, Marina.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Lisa just raised her hand. Lisa, I'm unmuting you now. Go right ahead. Lisa, you're unmuted. You go ahead and talk.
Sorry, I wasn't. Had to double unmute. So are you saying that if the rate min and max fields are not completed, then this is a requirement? I might just be confused.
Yeah, this is Sohela. Right now, there is a requirement if min, max, rate min, rate max, and rate are blank, then rate description should have something in it. Then they need to describe why those are blank. And there is nothing change on that. The only changes we are adding the zero because the people are putting zero on one of those three fields, the rate min, rate max, and then they don't put anything on the rate description because validation just looking at the blank. But what we are saying, we are just adding the zero, including adding the zero to the blank. Like if any of those three fields are zero or blank, then rate description should have something on it.
Okay. And adding market-based is fine. So you're selling energy at a market-based rate tariff. There isn't an algorithm, a market price. So that is still acceptable entry for rate description?
It is, yeah, but whatever, yeah, yes, whatever you can put on the rate description, that would be helpful for us to know why those three fields are blank or zero. And actually, we have on the next slide, we have some discussion on rate description itself. That is discussed, I believe, discussed the formula also on that rate description. But as far as this validation, we are just adding the zero. The validation is already in place. We are just adding the zero on the blank. Like if any of those three fields are zero or blank, then this rate description should have something on it.
Okay,
but we will discuss the rate description later.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other comments? Okay. Well, this was the last item that we wanted to discuss before our lunch break. I am going to set the return time to be 70 minutes from now. So we can convene at, let's say, 1:10. Okay, have a good lunch, everyone.
Great. Thanks, everybody. If you could make sure your hands are lowered, and I'm going to mute everybody one last time, and we will see you back in 70 minutes at 10 after 1. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We're about to get started here. Sohaila has the next couple of sections of presentation. And just a reminder, everybody's muted at first. If you want to speak verbally, and we encourage that, please raise your hand and I can unmute you, or you may have the privilege to also unmute yourself. So please participate. Unfortunately, we found out that the chat box is only chatting with panelists or the host, myself, but we'd rather have your comments that are public entered into the Q&A so we can, so all of my colleagues can see them and we can address them as they come up appropriately in the presentation. And with that, Sohaila, it's on to you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sohaila Mansouri, and I'll continue our presentation with discussing the contract affiliate field number 18. For this field, we propose to modify the definition. The proposed definition is shown on the top right, and it says the customer is defined as an affiliate under 18 CFR section 35.36A9. So if the customer company is affiliated with the seller based on the definition of affiliate in section 35.36A9 of the commission's regulation, then the seller would identify that affiliation in this field. The current contract affiliate definition in the EQR is based on the definition of affiliate used in the standards of conduct for transmission providers in section 358.3 of the Commission's regulations. However, EQR data is more often used to monitor potential exercises of market power by a market-based rate seller and its affiliates, rather than to monitor the potential for a transmission provider to extend its market power over transmission by giving marketing affiliates unduly preferential treatment. As a result, we propose to modify the existing definition to incorporate the definition of affiliate used in section 35 of the Commission's regulations that applies to market-based rate seller. This is the definition of affiliate as it appears in the CFR currently. By referencing this CFR in the data dictionary, if the definition changes at some point in the future, then the EQR data dictionary won't need to change to capture the new wording. This slide is to give you an easy reference for our next discussion. For the discussion, we would like to hear from you on the following. What feedback do filers or data users have on the proposed modification to the definition? What are the challenges filers or data users have with this field? And what changes would filers or data users like to see with this field?
Thanks, Sohaila. So,
Sure.
as in all the previous times, if you have something to say, please raise your hand or put a comment in the Q&A. And as they say, the lines are open. Okay, Sohaila, I think that we may not have any comments on contract affiliate.
Okay.
Barbara notes that she's fine
Moving
with the
on.
revision, and that's about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh.
Oh, No, you're correct.
we
Go
have-
ahead. Go on. No, we don't. We have David Smith did just raise his hand. That's what I was seeing. So hold on, David. I'll unmute you. Go ahead, David.
Just a general comment. When you're referencing documents that are outside of this PDF, could you put in a link to that document so we don't have to search for those? That's it.
Sure, sure. That's a good suggestion. We look into that. Thanks. Any other question, Rob? Do we have anything on?
We don't have anything with this right now. Why don't you go ahead and move on?
Okay. The next field is the seller company name. For this field, which appears in the contract and transaction section, we propose to remove the requirement to manually enter the seller company name. The information will still be collected in the EQR, but the manual entry would no longer be required because the new system will have the ability to look up data in company registration by CID. Next, the FERC tariff reference, field 19 and 48 is an unrestricted text field, and filers sometimes report FERC tariff reference that aren't consistent with what's in e-tariff or other contracts filed at FERC. For example, we find that filers sometimes select non-public utility NPU when they have an approved market-based rate tariff, MBR. Also, we're seeing that filers sometimes include a docket number in this field instead of the actual FERC tariff reference, and these are not interchangeable. For example, filers should report something like FERC electric tariff or each volume number 1, but instead report ER10-123-000. One of the changes in the proposed definition is a clarification for filers that the docket number is not to be entered in this field. We propose to modify the definition of FERC tariff reference to specifically address that the docket number of the proceeding which makes a tariff effective is not the same thing as a FERC tariff reference. We therefore propose an addition to the definition which is in bold letter. The FERC tariff reference is not a docket number. Another insertion in the definition provides clarity for NPUs on what to enter in this field. If an NPU has a FERC tariff reference, for example, a FERC approved reciprocity tariff, then it should enter that information here. If an NPU does not have a FERC tariff reference, it should just enter NPU. We're also proposing a new validation which states that if the product type name is market-based MB in field 30, then the FERC tariff reference in field 14 cannot be NPU. The purpose of this validation is to verify that the filer is consistently reporting NPU information throughout the EQR. For the discussion, we'd like to ask you the following question. What feedback do filers or data users have on the proposed definition? What are the challenges filers or data users have with this field? And what changes would filers or data users like to see with this field?
All right, everyone.
Yeah.
Anyone have any comments on the FERC tariff reference and the new proposed definition? Joy May just raised her hand. You've been unmuted, Joy May. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. We're a non-public utility and we put NPU in there all the time. So if we have to change that, because we do have a tariff that's filed with FERC for informational purposes only, we're not mandated to actually file a tariff. What is this FERC tariff reference? Because I don't know what it is, because we've always put NPU.
Hey, Joy, this is Maria. So I think the FERC tariff reference may not apply in probably the vast majority of the cases that you deal with. This would be if there actually is a FERC approved tariff on file. So most public utilities would have that. But I can see where with NPUs that may not be the case. And if what you are filing is an informational filing only, then you would likely not have a FERC tariff reference, in which case you would just continue to put in NPU in this field.
Okay, yeah, we're non-FERC jurisdictional, but we do have a tariff with FERC. So that's the best way to explain it, I think. So we'd stick with the NPU.
Joy May, this is Don Callow from the EQR group. Let us take a look at that. Let us, I'll circle back with you separately
Okay.
on this, but unfortunately, this one may apply to you. So just as a heads up.
Yeah, and it's like I said, we've never used it, so I would need, since the definition would be changing, we would need to change all of our filings, and I would want to bring that to the group. I'm not sure how many people from the organization are on, but I just tend to be the one asking all the questions.
Yeah, I understand.
But yeah, this one would definitely impact us if we had to change that, and then we'd need to know what the reference that we had to put in is.
Yep. I'll circle back with you offline on this.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. We have a couple more people. Barbara, I'm going to unmute you, and then Lisa, you'll be up next. Go ahead, Barbara.
Thanks. Couple points. I hope that it will help to put the FERC tariff reference is not a docket number, but for 20 years, every discussion of FERC tariff reference in any EQR documentation has said that do not use docket numbers. So I think we kind of might be circling back to the same issue before, where people read the name of the field and that's it. And they don't, if they haven't figured out that you're not supposed to use it, I'm not sure this will help, but I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. One problem I have, there is a question of what challenges do filers and data users have with this field. The challenge I have that I requested rehearing of in the last order that came out was that we didn't need to use the version number, because that it doesn't add any value, because each tariff is updated and has the appropriate date ranges, but it does detract, because then you have to go in and check every single filing to see if someone has updated your tariff. And I thought it was interesting in your example, you did not include the version number. So, so what changes would filers and data users like to see with this field? I would like you to back off of the recommendation for version number that was in the last order.
Thanks, Barbara. We're going to move on. Lisa, you've been unmuted.
I was just wondering if it would be helpful to add that it's located in the e-tariff record title. I don't know if that's helpful, but that is a field that's required now in e-tariff.
Thanks, Lisa. Does anyone, any FERC staff want to respond to either of either Barbara or Lisa's comments? All right, well, we'll take those back, and this is great. I don't see any more questions in the chat or in our. Lisa, I'm going to put you back on mute. Penny's raised her hand. Penny, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hey, just back up to the seller company name, removing us from having to put that in manually. That'll be pulled via the CID. I just have a question. I can't really foresee how this new XBRL CSV files are going to work, but I just want to make a comment from my standpoint. If the starting point is still a CSV type file, where I have all the data, it's in a format, and then it gets converted to be able to upload it. When I'm dealing with, if you're dealing with, any more than one filing, say 50, 100, having the name in the file, my starting point, is kind of critical to me because I don't recognize the CID number. I just recognize the name of the entity making the filing. So I just throw that out there. Like I said, it may not be an issue because I just can't see how it's all going to work with the new system. But I know from the starting point, I would like to see, if it's still from a CSV file, my seller name in the file.
Yes, that's correct. But still, you are submitting the ident file, and on that ident file, you have the CID. So the system can look at that ident file. You don't need to do anything extra, because currently you have that ident file and it has a CID on it.
Okay,
So the system grab it from there.
So I'll also have a transaction file still, but I just won't need to put that. The seller name won't be in my transaction file anywhere anymore. It'll just be a CID.
Yeah.
I mean,
because you have all of those zipped together for each filer, right? For each seller, you have the ident and then transaction contract, all of those zipped together. So on that zip file is all of those linked, all three files are linked together and is based on the CID you put on the ident file. You don't need to add any other company name, seller company name on the other file.
Oh, okay. And I agree with that. I get that. It's just that I don't work in the ident files as I'm preparing. I'm working in the transaction files. And when I open up a file, it helps who that seller is and not, I don't just have transaction data. That's just personally how I look.
Okay.
So just that's okay. I just wanted to make that statement. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, Penny. David, you're still unmuted. Go ahead.
Just kind of a question. You're trying to tie these different tables that FERC have in the background together to try to make our job a little simpler. Why isn't this one of those fields that you can't pull from the e-tariff and supply it yourselves versus us having to supply it? It's just wondering why, when the goal is to try to simplify the process and bring your tables all together, this isn't one of those things you're trying to do here.
Because currently it's very hard to link e-tariff system to the EQR. It's very easy to link the company registration and the other system, but not e-tariff right now.
Okay.
Yeah, ideally, David, you're right. We would love to do that. It's just something that's a bit beyond what the e-tariff system can handle, because it itself is much older than the EQR system. So, so we would want to do that, but I think that they're going to need, but from what I've been told, that they would need to make an upgrade to the e-tariff system. So hopefully sometime in the future, we'd be able to drop more fields that we can pull from other places, and be able to do that. But as soon as but it will take an upgrade, and FERC's going through that on several fronts with other collections. So hopefully we'll all get to at least the 20th century at some point with these things.
I wanted to add that we had a NOPR. We had a NOPR about this, and I advise you to go and read a NOPR. And
Roxana, we can barely hear you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah, my microphone was away. So we did have a NOPR discussing the the connection between e-tariff and the EQR. I think it was 2016. And we had industry comments, and we read the comments, and the commission decided to leave the e-tariff field as such. So this was something that was considered in the past, and due to all the options and all the comments that the industry presented, the commission decided to keep it as such.
All right, we'll move on to Anand. Anand, I'm muting you now. Go ahead with your question.
The question that I have is, are you going to remove the seller company name even from the transaction file?
Yes.
Okay. So then every time we go through the EQR filing, I always get this error that is like basically seller name, contract ID, and FERC tariff should match what is in the transaction to the contract file. So that validation will be removed then?
Yeah. So the link is going to be different between those files, and validation is going to be adjusted based on that.
Okay, so basically you're identifying a set of files by the zip file. So seller, the transaction file, contract file, and identifier file are associated by the zip file. That's all.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but on this is Don Callow. Just to be clear on that one, the error you referred to references the fact that transactions have to be associated with a contract, and I think in the XBRL world that we may or may not do that differently. So just it's not related to the seller name, but if it's talking about the 4 key fields that identify a contract, and currently in the EQR, I think is the error you're talking about.
From 4 fields to 3 fields, I guess, right?
Sorry, Anand, go ahead and repeat that. You were muted. I unmuted you now.
Yeah, so what you're going to do is move away from 4 fields to 3 fields for this validation.
I don't know what we're going to do with the validation. That's kind of the XBRL stuff, which is not the subject of what this tech conference is about. So
that's an option, Anand. A decision has not been made, but that is definitely an option.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Anand, if you could lower your hand, and Barbara, you're up next. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to circle back to what Penny was talking about the seller name. I know for people who only have one filing to make, it seems like a no-brainer, but for those of us, I know Penny has a lot, I have over 60, over 70 maybe, that I file each quarter, and having the names on the file, it not only just so I'll know, but I'll confess, I almost uploaded to the wrong company one time, and then I got an error because the seller name was not the company I was filing for, and I think my hand slipped on which company I chose on the FERC page, and I didn't realize that was up. And so it was good because it saved me from filing inaccurate data. But if there is no company name, and I believe you're saying you'll still have the CID, but that just, like Penny said, when you look at it, that doesn't scream, oh, it's company A, company B, company C. They're all, look alike kind of. So it just could create a problem where filers file in it, for the wrong company. Obviously that's a user error, but the way it is now helps you from making that mistake.
Yeah, I don't think that there is any problem with filers keeping the company name column and having them written out in their own CSV if they're looking at it. We just won't be collecting it. We will only be collecting the company ID. So feel free to prepare your filing on your system however you want to with the right names, but we would be requiring a CID to be submitted as opposed to the actual company name, because company names can be typed differently. People can put periods between suffixes or use spaces or use acronyms. And resolving those issues is of key importance to FERC when these information comes in. So using the
But you can't
CID
file
will do
that way now. I mean, you can't spell it any differently than FERC is spelling it in e-tariff now, or it won't pass the validation.
I don't think that there's a validation on name for every single seller that has a tariff on file. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sohaila.
There is not, but right now we have a 4-field key that is comparing that seller name between all 3 files, the transaction, contract, and also identify. But those
So are you saying, you're saying if I filed company A and but I filed it under company B, and if all 3 files said company A, company A for seller name, you're saying I could do that right now?
No, we are looking
that I'm filing for the right company?
No, we are looking on the ident file that the CID should be matched the company name, right? That you have in the file on the ident file. Then whatever.
I have a question on that. Just that the CID matches, or that the CID and the spelling of the company name matches?
Currently, right now, Barbara, it takes the CID and looks at the company name and makes sure the company name in company registration matches with the CID. So if what you are talking about is CID A, but company name B, right? That right now will be rejected. I think what you're asking for is if you want to file for B, but you put CID A in all of your files, I think under what we're thinking about, you would in essence file for the wrong company, if I understand what your question is.
Well, I was saying, right now, it's my understanding, if I submit if I upload a company to the wrong company, so to a different utility, it will get rejected because the ID data, the company name doesn't match the company name. But
correct.
So if I had so it's already being checked, and then the transaction and the contract data have to match the ID data, or they'll get the 4 magic field error that the gentleman was speaking about earlier. So right now it's in there. And so I'm just saying my fear is if you only used a number, it would be easier for people who have multiple filings to upload them to the wrong company name. If like the time I did it, my hand slipped, I clicked on the wrong company, went down and uploaded, it would have worked. Well, I guess not. The CID might have kept it from doing it, but it's just, I'll admit it's user error, but like Penny said, it just, for those of us who file a lot of EQRs, it's helpful to have the company name in each file.
Yeah, the way we envision this, Barbara, is to minimize your effort in having to report, like the 4 fields for each side of the EQR. But at the same time, when we design the system, we'll make sure that we have some check and balances, and then we're not correcting, things like this would not happen. And we're correcting the correct rates for the correct company. So we will still have validation to make sure that, the rates go to the right CID, but we're trying to minimize the duplicate data that cascades from the ident data to all the other parts of the EQR contract and transaction.
This is Don again, the other consideration that at least from my perspective is for any of the filers listening to this that have had a name change during the course of a quarter and have struggled with because the name doesn't match. And if you're an agent, you might not know when the name changed in company registration. Only referencing the CID alleviates all of those issues. Right? So that's, I mean, there's a consideration there that we've tried to handle, because the names are changing, I wouldn't say all the time, but enough. And invariably, I just kind of go in, for those that have had it, you know what I do. I go in and say, your name or your agent is this, the company name for the seller is this, the company name on the contract is this, the company name on the transactions is this, because there are times when you as the filer do not know and cannot know when those names changed. So it just gets to be a mess.
That's a good point.
Okay, I don't think that there's any more on this tariff reference. So Hala, do you want to move on to the next topic?
Yes. So for the contract service agreement ID in contracts and transactions, we proposed modifying the current definition to be a unique identifier assigned by the seller to each service agreement. The contract service agreement ID should remain unchanged throughout the life of the contract. The primary reason for making this change would be to clarifying for the filers what is required for this field and to alleviate confusion about which system should be generating the ID. Often filers ask the EQR help desk if the contract service agreement ID is an ID that's provided by FERC. And this definition change makes it clear that is an ID that comes from an internal identification system of the company, not from FERC. We also propose to specify that the contract service agreement ID should remain unchanged throughout the life of the contract. The discussion questions for this topic are as follows. Under what circumstances would filers need to change the contract service agreement ID during the life of contract? What feedback do filers or data users have on the proposed definition? And what are the challenges filers or data users have with this field? The line is open if you have any suggestion, comments.
Yeah, any questions about contract service ID or comments? Lisa's raised her hand. Lisa, unmute yourself. Go ahead and talk. Okay, there you go. There you go, Lisa. You've been unmuted. I'm sorry. You popped up and disappeared really quick.
Oh, it was me. I double clicked. I guess the one challenge is if a service agreement is pro forma, and so you created your own ID, and then it becomes non-pro forma and it gets filed at FERC, and you would like to reference the FERC ID. Because the contract didn't change. It's the same customer, same contract. There was just some wording that made it non-pro forma. And so, I mean, you wouldn't have to change your internal ID, but it helps to the EQR person to identify what's been filed at FERC and if you need additional information in your EQR. That's just one thought.
That's a good perspective, Lisa. Appreciate that. Is there any FERC staff that wants to comment on that, or is that just something we want to take back? So, Hala?
Yeah, I think we can take it back and look into that.
Great, thanks, Lisa.
Good comments. Yeah.
I'm going to put you back on mute. And Barbara, you're up again. Go ahead.
Thanks. for a little historical perspective, I think the reason it said it could be the name that FERC gave you is that all of the contracts at that point previously had been filed at FERC, and FERC had specific naming conventions, and that's how they were referred to. But since that's different with e-tariff, I think it makes sense to abandon that. For your questions, under what circumstances would filers need to change the contract service agreement ID during the life of the contract? There's a couple that I've dealt with clients. One is they've gone from not having a contract management database to implementing a system where they have a contract system, and there are IDs for each contract, and it facilitates them doing an automated contract data file and even tying it to the transaction data if they can use the IDs that are in their system. And so that's an indication they might want to change the name of a contract. The other one is if they have a contract with a counterparty and they name it using the counterparty's name, which is fairly common, and then that counterparty either novates the contract or changes their name. In their system, they're going to change the name of the contract to the new counterparty. So that would create a time where, if you had to continue filing under the old name with FERC, then it might be a bit of a disconnect and be misleading, even if you're saying that the company is with, XYZ company, but it's now with ABC company. So just thoughts.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. Lisa, you're up next. I'm muting you now. Or you may still have your hand raised from before. If you do, just lower your hand and mute yourself back.
This is from before, but I agree with Barbara.
Great, Lisa. Thanks.
I'll try to lower it. So.
Anand, you're up next. Your mic is unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Basically, we had a situation, we were acquired by another company. So we moved into a new contract system. So what should we do in this case? Should we use the new contract system IDs or still refer to the previous company's contract IDs?
So is it the same? Is it the same contract?
Yeah, it's the same contract.
So I would say you need to use the same contract service agreement ID that you had before.
Okay.
At least if it's going to be very hard for you to transfer those ID to the new system. Is it going to be the case? How do you transfer the data to the new system?
Basically, it will be sort of novated, like we'll be using we are using a new system, right? The new system will come up with its new ID, but it's still referring to the old contract. So because when we get it out of our ETRM system, the system gives us the number of the new contract, not the old one.
Right.
So it's a technical problem we have, like it's pretty much similar to what Barbara was saying earlier.
I don't know if anybody else has any comments, Roxana or Maria.
Yeah, does any FERC staff have anything based on Anand's comment?
Those are great comments, and again, we appreciate, because we were, kind of like brainstorming, how common are those contract service agreement IDs, staying the same? What would be a trigger that would make a company change it? Because again, those are I would think almost all of the time internally generated, so we don't know what we don't know. So this is like really good feedback for us to understand, what would trigger a contract service agreement ID change.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Anand. John, I see your hand up. I'm unmuting you now.
Okay, so I would see that this may need to be changed in cases like the gentleman was talking about just recently. If you have one contract system that basically was, you just filed them in your own way and it was your way of finding them in your own system. If you bought a new product from a vendor that would give you a new contract system where you're going to file all your contracts, it may assign a new unique identifier to those contracts where you may need to update that because of that. That's your new way of finding it now, not the old way, because it's a whole new system that you've purchased to just track contracts. So I think this may need to be changed. I wouldn't think it would be that often, but I think there could be a possibility of change.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that. Anyone have any comments to John, or is it or? All right, Penny, I see your hand raised. Go ahead, Penny. You've been unmuted.
Hey, I just want to reiterate the same thing in that I'm seeing a lot of movement in assets being sold and contracts signed, and keeping those same internally generated contract names. It's just very, very difficult if you're going into new systems at the new companies. Some of the contracts saying they don't mean anything to the new owner and the new system. Their system, and we're just seeing a lot of that. This would be really, really difficult. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Penny. Appreciate it. Lisa, I see that your hand is raised again. I'm going to unmute you, but I don't know if you have another comment. So if you do, go ahead.
Yes, they brought up, a concern for me is that with the change to XBRL, that we may have to purchase the vendor system for all of the validation. So I'm glad they pointed that out, that my service agreements could be subject to change completely if that happens. And as a comment on top of that, as people change and time goes on, and I retire, the other personnel don't even know what these service agreements IDs mean anymore. Like, it's not just EQR. It's like a lot of things. So, because naming conventions change over 20 years. That's it.
Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it. David, I see you've raised your hand again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question regarding how FERC handles these contract numbers. I've gone through our contract system and cleaned it up a bit, and so some of the contract numbers that we used in the past we're no longer using. We've got different contracts. So do you maintain a database that keeps all the contracts so that if these things are no longer showing up in our contract files, that they're flagged or noted, or is it just every quarter you're just looking at the contracts that we have and don't have any historical tracking of our contracts?
Are you talking about the contract service agreement ID or the entire contract?
It's kind of a bag of both, because the contract ID, for example, let's say I have a counterparty that I have contract ABC with them. And then I go through my contracts and I'm cleaning it up and I say, well, wait, this contract really doesn't fit. I should be using CDE with this counterparty. Now, my original reporting for that quarter would have had ABC. Now, in the new quarter, I'm reporting DEF or whatever. Do you manage a table that says, oh, you're not reporting this contract terminated, and yet you're not using it anymore, you're not reporting it anymore? What happens to those kind of contracts? It would help me do my job better if I understand what you're doing with these contracts over the duration they're in your system.
So it's pretty simple. We take all the data that you submit, which would be the new identification in the contract service agreement ID. And we do, of course, collect it, and then we keep it on record, and then we provide it, to anyone who needs it. So we do record a change between, the contract service agreement identifier. But again, and some filers keep it the same over the duration of the file of the whole contract, and some filers do change it. Hence why we're asking, tell us some examples in which you change it, and tell us some examples in which, would be exactly the same for the duration of the contract. So we do record the data, and we keep, we keep the contract service agreement ID in, the quarter in which it was reported.
Okay.
I don't think that there are any other comments right now. If anyone has anything, please speak up. Lisa, raise your hand again. Lisa, I'm unmuting you now. Go ahead.
I agree with the gentleman. It seems the purpose is that we should be able to produce the contract, and as long as I can produce a contract when asked, isn't that sufficient? I mean, we should be able to update and modernize our service agreement IDs. As Barbara pointed out, names change. I know that some of ours have kind of some older names that have been changed, but I didn't change the service agreement ID, but it doesn't really necessarily match the buyer, but I didn't change that ID. But I thought the purpose of this column is that I can produce that contract for you or anybody that asks for it.
Exactly.
Thanks, Lisa. I guess I don't think we have a comment specifically with regard to that, but we will definitely take that back and consider any changes to this based on that frame. Thanks so much. I'm going to put you back on mute if you could lower your hand. Barbara, I see you're next. Go ahead, Barbara.
Sure. In response to the last couple of comments, now give one for FERC. I think the auditors like to be able to follow a contract through and make sure it's being reported correctly. And so if things are changing or appearing or disappearing and they haven't been terminated, I think it can be confusing for FERC audit staff to try to detect that. And so, maybe a compromise is you don't change it, but if you do have to change it for whatever reason, put a note in a field like my favorite extension provision to say, this contract, because of the counterparty name change or because of a new contract system, got changed from XYZ to ABC on, as of Q3 2022 or something. So if someone did want to follow it, they could follow it.
That's a great point, Barbara. Yeah, it is helpful for auditors, I'm sure, to track that back. Lisa, you're up again. Go ahead.
So one last suggestion, because this seems very complicated to try to modernize, and is to get rid of the idea and just come up with a FERC numbering convention for the contracts that never changes, or don't use the FERC service agreement numbers, or just some kind of numbering system that never changes.
Barbara, I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead. Both you and Lisa are unmuted. Go ahead.
Be careful what you ask for, Lisa.
Well, true, but
yeah, I don't see that, because if you want to stick with a number, you could stick with any number. FERC wouldn't have to give it to you, so you can achieve that yourself. But
right, but they're asking us to never change it or modernize, and I mean, I like the idea. The first is that the intent of the field is to be able to produce the contract, and I can do that even if I change the service agreement ID. That's the best answer.
Well, and that was the original definition and the original description, but just having worked with auditors over the years, I know, and just when I go into a company and with them, I try to see a trail of what's going on. So I'm sympathetic to them. I don't want everyone to think I changed teams, but anyway.
And adding text fields is just adding a great burden to the EQR person. Text fields are just a bad idea.
Well, I was
Adding
going
any
to
more
add
text
one.
fields.
I just use one occasionally because it helps explain something. And I think if sometimes even if it's just for yourself to be able to look in and see why you did something, I think it can be helpful.
Right.
I don't think the changing names of contracts happens that often.
Right. I
These
think
are-
the examples given are the change in the vendor or pro forma to non-pro forma and vice versa. And then if someone's using a name in the service agreement ID and then that name changes and it just doesn't make sense anymore.
I mean, there are ways around this. We can look at ways to change this. I mean, you could use a number, and then if it changes, you could use a number .1, .2, something like that. So it's a version of the original number, but it still has changed a little bit, and the system can allow for those type of things. So this is definitely something that we can think about a little bit deeper to find a solution that works and isn't a burden on people who still do want to make changes. All right, I think we should move on. So Hala, are you ready for the next section?
Yes. So originally we had a break. I don't know if we needed a break or should we move on?
We've been back for less than an hour. Let's move on. Let's just keep on going, and maybe we can get out a little earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This slide is a copy of what's in the data dictionary for class name for each of the definition and reporting requirements. All of these values are required for contracts and transactions, except for billing adjustment, which is required only for transactions. At this time, we are not proposing any modification to these definitions or filing requirements. However, we wanted to provide a copy of the requirements so we can discuss the questions on the next slide with these definitions for easy reference. For the discussion on class name, we'd like to ask you these 4 questions. Why are filers reporting NA in class name field 26 and energy in product name field 31, Appendix A? Is there a contract scenario where energy wouldn't be sold as firm or non-firm? When do filers report unit power sale instead of firm or non-firm? Does the definition of unit power sale need clarification? Would it be helpful if more class name option would add it?
All right. The lines are open. If you have any comments, feel free to put them in the Q&A or raise your hand, and we can get to the discussion on class name. Go ahead, Barbara.
So for the first question, why would filers use NA and class name? In the master agreement, where you can sell either firm or non-firm, I used to recommend to people who took my training to put a line in for firm and put a line in for non-firm, but it didn't seem like in general, when you look at it, most people just throw firm in there, even though they could sell both under it. And I'd never seen FERC audit staff have any problem with that. But NA might be, I think a lot of people use that where they think, well, they can do any of these under this contract. And instead of just repeating line after line of data with this one field change, they'll just use NA to indicate that it's not really specified. I don't think not applicable is actually accurate, but I think it sort of covers the bases. Any master agreement, you can sell a unit power sale, you can do a firm or a non-firm under it. And so I think that's why most people use NA. I think some of the ISOs report their sales even in the transaction data with the class name of NA. I don't love that, but some of them do that. And I think when filers would report unit power sale instead of firm or non-firm is when you have a contract for generation from a specific unit. And I think the definition could be expanded somewhat, because my understanding of a unit power sale or a unit contingent sale is that if the unit's running, you have to buy if you're the purchaser. And if the unit's not running, then there's no liquidated damages for the generator not providing the power. And that's what's unit contingent. And so that's what I report as a unit power sale. So these are most frequently these days seen in a lot of the renewable contracts, solar and wind. And so they know they can't specify exactly when and how often they're going to generate. So that's the contractual vehicle they use.
Thanks, Barbara. John, I'm going to jump to you next. Go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Okay, I agree definitely with Barbara, and we had the same thing recently where we were kind of reporting some of the energy products as firm and non-firm, but then we thought that maybe it should be the NA and just energy, so you wouldn't have to class it as firm and non-firm. So I agree that there's some confusion there possibly on what you're looking for, and do we have to, if we're selling firm energy, you should be able to sell non-firm energy in most cases. So I think some clarifications probably needed there to make sure that people are reporting the way that for what you're looking for.
Great. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. I put you back on mute, John. If you have another question, just raise your hand again. Anybody else have any more comments or questions on this class name scenarios that Sohail is describing? Oh, Barbara, go ahead.
I just thought of this where you asked if there would be helpful if more class name options were added, and maybe given that so many of the contracts that are reported are master agreements, maybe there could be a class name that just said, master agreement, all classes available, or something to that effect. I think would be helpful for informational purposes to know if a contract being reported was in fact a master agreement, or it was a contract that was just being reported poorly, because there's not much data to report for a master agreement. But if you have a PPA or something, it used to be that a lot of people just kind of made it look like a master agreement, even though that wasn't accurate. So that might help people's reporting.
That's an interesting suggestion. We appreciate that. Thanks, Barbara. All right, so Hala, I think we've got to the end of our discussion points from the audience on class name. Do you want to move on to the next topic?
Sure. Okay, next we have the type of rate field number 55. And this slide shows the current definition for the type of rate. We are proposing to modify the definition for electric index because filers are reporting formula and electric index interchangeably and are not applying the definition correctly. The bold text added to the end of the definition for electric index is from paragraph 108 in order number 768, which states if the transaction uses an electric base index in any way, either as a base price or as a means to determine a basis, it should be reported as an electric index. We are not proposing any modification to the definition of fixed formula or RTO ISO. The purpose of this slide is to provide examples for properly classifying the type of rate for various transactions in advance of our discussion. For fixed, an example would be a rate of $47 per megawatt hour, increasing 1% each year. For formula, an example would be when a rate is equal to Henry Hub natural gas index plus $5.87. For electric index, there are several ways that an index can be used. We are only providing two examples on this slide. The first example is when a rate is equal to California-Oregon border of off-peak flow date non-firm plus $3.30. This is based on a Platts index. Another example for electric index is a rate that is NIPOL mass hub day ahead locational marginal price of peak plus $1.74. This is a price published by ISO New England, and the other is key in differentiating between electric index, that's other, and RTO-ISO, straight RTO-ISO price. For RTO-ISO, an example is the rate that is the day-ahead spot market energy price, and the customer company name is the RTO or ISO. This is a straightforward sale into an RTO-ISO at the market clearing price. For reportable bilateral transactions between the RTO-ISO footprint, where the rate is the RTO-ISO determined rate. Bilateral transactions with an RTO-ISO determined price without adders or other components should be reported using RTO-ISO rather than using electric index. These are the discussion questions for the type of rate. What feedback do filers have on the proposed changes to the definition of electric index? Do filers think the definition for fixed formula and RTO-ISO should be modified? Should other values be added to the type of rate list? Okay, the line is open for the comments.
Yes, if anyone has any comments, go ahead, Barbara. You're unmuted.
Thanks. So I'm looking at this RTO-ISO, and your second example seems to be directly in conflict with what you've been saying for several years. I've always been told, and I didn't agree with it. I mean, the good news is I agree with that second sentence of what it should be based on the official definition, but your FAQs indicate that only a sale to the ISO or RTO is to be an RTO-ISO rate type. And so I'm just wondering, do you recognize that this is a change in your policy? I've been told to use electric index, and so that's what I've been training people on. So that's a very different change. I think it's the correct way to go, but it's not what your FAQs say, unless you've changed your FAQs recently.
Any FERC staff have any comments?
So Halo, could you go back just to that slide where that example is? So Barbara, can you explain a little bit more about the guidance you received and how it's different from the example here?
The guidance I received when I asked if a marketer is, say you have a large company and they have a bunch of generators and they have a marketing arm, and the marketer is the only one that is a member of the ISO. So the generator sells to the marketer, and then the marketer cells into the ISO and just passes back the ISO rate to the generator. And they may be affiliated, they don't have to be. And this is a model that's used by a lot of generators and marketers and energy managers. And I was told that that is electric index, that the ISO rate is a published rate and the rate type is electric index. If you look at your FAQs, there's a question that says, should only sales directly to the ITO or RSO be RTO ISO sales? And the first sentence of the answer is basically yes, 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 yes. And then there's this second sentence that's equivocal and says, so nearly all sales that are RTO ISO will be sales to the RTO or ISO, but it never gives an example of what would be a sale that had this rate type that wasn't a sale to the ISO. So I think this makes much more sense because the electric index, I mean, the whole point of the electric index was a very different thing to try to track people who possibly were abusing the index rates. And so it makes sense to take the things that are tracking the ISO rate out of that mix so it would be easier to analyze the data. But it is very different from what I've been told verbally and what's in the FAQs. And I got a lot of manuals to change. If this is the policy, I'm happy, but it's not what's been told to me in the past.
Yeah, what I've been noticing in looking at the data, Barbara, and I know some of you are aware of this because we spoke on the phone about it. So I personally, not speaking on behalf of the commission, I'm seeing a lot of electric indexes being reported as formula. And it kind of makes sense, like if you don't read the definition and you kind of think, oh, it's an electric index plus something, then therefore it's a formula. So I think sometimes it's not really a definition. And I'm also seeing a confusion in which those reportable in bilateral transactions are reported by a significant part of the industry as RTO-ISO, and then we have some that are reported as electric index. So what we're trying to do, because obviously there is confusion in the industry in reporting kind of the same type of rates, is just to simplify it and clarify it. And that's why we were, coming up with the examples. So Barbara, I'm happy that you think those are, kind of logical. And that's what we added more examples here. And obviously those are taken from the filings and slightly modified it to not use exactly what's in the reporting. But I will look back and look at the guidance that you're talking about, because again, the EQR is 20 years old, and not all of us have been here none of us have been here for a very long time. But I'll go back and look at the guidance that you received. Obviously, I can get the verbal one, but I'll go back and look in the prior guidance that was given to you.
No, but this this field is clearly not 20 years old. It came to be in 2014.
Yeah, it's a new one. Yeah.
But and so I guess I want to is this your policy now? Is this what you want?
At this point, we want consistency in reporting, and we were, kind of considering that this would offer more clarity and when to use formula, when to use electric index, and when to use RTO-ISO. Basically this, we thought that would offer more clarity to the industry and not to be confused about, when you have your rate and exactly how to classify it.
I understand. So am I hearing, I was looking for a yes or a no. This definition of RTO-ISO is what you believe should be done currently. Is that what I'm hearing?
Hey, Barbara, this is Maria.
We're not the commission.
Yeah, but I did want to say one thing, which is at least, based on the definition that's in there now of RTO-ISO, And based on what I see, at least in our FAQ guidance, this statement is directly taken from Order 768A. So I would say the definition that you see for RTO ISO is in fact what was in that order. And for electric index, what we are proposing to add in that, you know, bolded language at the end of the definition is again taken from Order 768 or 768A. So I think our understanding is that this is consistent with the guidance that has been given, but we will take a look at that and confirm that there's no sort of discrepancy somewhere that we're not aware of.
Okay, so you feel like right now, if you have a bilateral that is priced at the ISO rate, that RTO ISO is the correct rate type? Anyone?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm frustrated because you know, I'm happy with it. I think it's you know, it's inconsistent and it's hard to. I think it's consistent with the definition. I mean, you circle back to the definition. I think it's a correct interpretation. Not that my vote matters of the rule. It's just the guidance, verbal and written guidance, was different.
Yeah, I can talk, Barbara, to the verbal one, of course, but what I can tell you, looking at the data, a large part of the industry does report it as a RTO ISO. But again, we have people that do report it under, you know, other rate types. So it would be a clarification on how to report it, and for analysis purposes, and I think for transparency purposes, it's easier to report those as RTO. So as you also mentioned, it's the most logical choice.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna move on. Renee, I'm gonna unmute you. My mouse stops moving right now. Go ahead.
I'm with Barbara on the fact that during the rehearing of the order, it was decided that RTO ISO rate was only used when selling to an RTO ISO. And we, like, I know this personally because part of the IT program that we had designed, I went on the assumption that anything using an RTO ISO rate would be quoted, any bilateral using an RTO ISO rate should be reported as such, and my IT language is wrong, and we still manually update that to be firm or non-firm, or I'm sorry, whatever.
Electric index.
We have to change that. Yeah, we have to change that answer because IT's never rewritten it. But it has always been the guidance that it's the RTO ISO rate should only be used when selling to an RTO ISO. And that's been any user group hearing that we've had it for, again, during the rehearing or whatever may have been that A version of the order. It has been too long for me to remember those details. I just know the answer was the only time we use for all of our companies is when we are selling to an RTO ISO.
And it's definitely in the FAQs, and so that needs, you know, I agree with your new conclusion. I just think it needs to be changed, and the guidance needs to be changed, and it needs to be made much more clear. I think the changing.
We need to make changes.
Renee, Barbara, I just want to confirm that, you know, when you're talking about this specific situation, the rate is actually the RTO ISO rate. It's not, you know, meet C plus $5. It's just, you know, the actually, you know, like
right.
Straight art, like the LMP.
Exactly.
Okay.
We have a number of
confirming
trades that use it. We have a number of trades that use a PJM location and do not have adders or factors associated with them.
Yep.
And we changed those to not be RTO ISO because that was the guidance we were given.
Okay, we'll go back and revisit that, but from a logical perspective, I'm happy that we all agree that, you know, it's the LMP, so the rate is the LMP rate, and you know, Again, in my opinion, I'm speaking on behalf of the commission, who is on the other side, bilateral participant in the RTOISO market or the RTOISO does not change the fact that the rate is the RTOISO rate. But we'll go back and look at all the guidance that we gave prior to that.
Yeah, this is helpful. We really appreciate this because you all have different histories than even the group of EQR team. So thanks so much, Renee and Barbara. I'm going to move
do
on.
have one more.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Renee.
I
Yeah.
have one more on fixed. I don't necessarily agree that a rate that is increased by a percentage each year would be considered fixed. I think if it were specified in an index or an appendix in the contract itself, that on this year it will be such a dollar amount and on next year it'll be such a dollar amount, that would be considered fixed. But to just say the calculation, and I say that because we have a contract with an issue on rounding because the number of decimal places was not specified in the contract. So we have a difference with our counterparty every time we add a percent to the price that causes us to be off. So that is a calculation.
Do you think that the definition of fix, it's the example of fix is not something that agrees with, because the definition from fix is according to the order. So in your opinion, that's not truly a fixed rate?
Well, the definition is fine. It says no variables are used to determine this rate. But in your example that's used for fix, it says increasing by 1% each year.
Yeah, the example the example was using the order. So that's why I'm asking if it's confusing, because that's what the commission intended in the order. And if that's confusing or it doesn't kind of like make sense for the industry, maybe we need to go back and revisit that.
Renee, are you saying that what
interpretation? Go ahead.
Yeah, are you saying that what makes it confusing is that we're saying here in the example increasing by 1% each year, which is in fact a variable. So that kind of negates the definition.
Correct. I would have done something that increases by 1% each year as a formula. However, if my contract itself has different rates for different years specified in the contract, aka an appendix, then even though the rate changes from year to year, it would still be called fixed because it was identified as this is the rate it will be until it changes again as stated in the contract. But to say just 1%, that's a calculation. That becomes a formula.
But it's a known calculation, Renee. I'm sorry, I disagree with you.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I'm fine with that. It's just my interpretation on how we've done this, and in part looking at contracts and the details. I don't know that I would know this answer off what I get from my reporting system.
Okay.
It's something to consider.
That's great, Renee. That's exactly what this is for, and we appreciate it. We especially love the disagreeing comments from everybody because it shows us that there is confusion around this, or
correct
different ways to interpret it.
Most of the time, I do agree. Most of the time, I do agree with Barbara. However, this time there might be a difference.
Yeah, so that's exactly raising this issue because on our side, for example, I'm looking at an identical rate, and I know what that rate is because it's pegged to a publicly available information, and I see people report the sellers reporting two totally different ways. So that's I kind of like understood there is confusion in the industry, and I see a lot of confusion between formula and the index, and between index and RTOISO, and between fixed and formula. But thank you for all your comments. We'll try to make it clearer and better and easier to report. That's our goal.
All right, moving on down the road. David, I'm going to unmute you now, and then John, you're going to be up next. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that besides the confusion with this, doing this field is a programming nightmare. It really has been, at least on our side, that trying to get to determine whether it's an ISO sale or a formula sale, it's just very, very a program problem to try to solve. And so, when you come in and audit us, just just be merciful, because we're doing the best we can based on the information we have and the programming skills that we have. It really is a nightmare to try to populate this field correctly. I just wanted to point that out.
And do you think it's an issue because the definitions are confusing, or because it's hard to determine which transaction goes under which contract? That's like what's the rate structure, or what is, in your opinion, the most difficult part of this?
Determining whether it's a formula or even a fix. Our system isn't really set up. You have to go in and look at the formula itself, and then from that formula determine whether it's a ISO RTO sale, or determine whether it's a electric index, or whether it's something else. It really is extremely difficult. We don't have a field that we can just click and say, oh, this is an RTO sale or a formula or anything like that. We have to own the information that actually determines the value of the transaction and try to extrapolate out of that what bucket to put it into.
I got it. Thank you.
That's really helpful. Thanks, David. John, I'm going to unmute you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with Renee on the fixed issue. When you add the variable of 1%, to me, no matter if I know it or not, that's a formula, because now it says 1% adder each year. That become a formula, because you got to calculate that 1% and add it each year. So that one's confusing to me as an example. I would have thought that was formula. To go to ISO RTO, I would have thought those would have been only transactions with the ISO RTO. And if you're selling that to an over-the-counter counterparty at that index would have been the ISO or RTO, because in the definition that we have right now for electric index, the last sentence says price published by an RTO or ISO. So I don't know how you can change that one, to what you're saying below, where it could be a bilateral, if you don't change the definition to electric index now. Because its definition, and I know you were modifying it, looks like in the future, and taking some of that out. So that might make a little better sense. But right now, off of the definition of electric index, I would think if you sold to a counterparty other than an ISO or RTO at that rate, it would be electric index. So.
That's great. Thanks, John. Roxana, or anybody have any additional comments, or anyone in the audience?
Yeah, we'll take a look at the definitions and figure that out, because again, speaking for myself, I always look at the first part and I kind of think, oh, it's the index, it's incorporated in the rate, and that's an electric index. And when everything that's based only on LMP, it's RTOI. So, but I can see how the second part of the electric index definition can be confusing. So yeah, we have some work to do to clarify those definitions and hopefully make it crystal clear.
Am I still unmuted? This is Renee.
Yeah, you're still unmuted. Go ahead, Renee. John, I'm going to put you back on mute if you could lower your hand.
I believe
Renee,
I believe that part about price published by an ITO ISO was added to the electric index because of that reorder hearing. I don't believe the initial definition had that at that time. I think when it was decided that an RTO ISO would only be used for an RTO ISO, then that language was added to the electric index piece for the definition.
I think you're right, Renee. It was not there originally.
That's great information. Thanks. We appreciate that. All right. I don't know if we can match the discussion on the next topic, but Sohaila, if you'd like to move on, we can go ahead.
Yes, just gonna move on. So we're moving on the decimal place limits. As you can see from this slide, the current decimal limits vary depending on the field. These limits have posed some problem for filers in the past, and our goal is to modify the limits to better accommodate filers. One of the benefits of adopting a new filing method is the removal of restriction on the decimals. We'd like to hear from you regarding the following questions. What are the largest decimal strings that filers see in their data set? And for quantity, field number 32, are filers stripping out very small transactions so they don't fail the validation F2515? The validation F.25.15 says sales should not be reported if they have a transaction quantity and a total transaction charge of 0. So we would like to hear from you about this.
All right, go ahead, Renee. You're still unmuted.
PJM currently issues fields that show 0 because they must have a calculation that comes with some type of quantity, but it's smaller than the 4 decimal places. So we have to remove those lines from some of our clients. So I do know that that's an issue on that PJM market for sure.
Okay, we'll check with PJM to see what they're how they're truncating or rounding data to provide zeros, or if it's if they've applied our decimal places to their first, if they've applied first EQR decimal place limits to their rules and still provide 0. We'll talk to we'll schedule a call in our RTO ISO alignment.
At one point, they did have the rules in place because they went and took out transactions with a $0 cost, even though there was quantity, and we had caught that and told them they needed to put those back in. So that at one point they were indeed looking at $0 transactions in total, but I don't know why I haven't questioned them about these fields now, but we're seeing it more and more.
Renee, I have a quick question. Do you remember by any chance what product is this for?
No, but I can pay attention the next time we do QRs or go back and look.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Renee. Renee,
Yes,
this
sir.
is Don. In the stuff you're stripping out, can you ballpark me how many transactions that amounts to? One of the questions I have, and it's beyond just the PJM market, is if we're stripping out some of these really small transactions because of the truncation, approximately how many are there, if you have a sense of that? And then for those, and I know, Barbara, you alluded to this in the conversation when we were talking about EIM market, about the very small transactions, about how many dollars are we talking about per quarter? Does anybody on the call, do you have a sense of, if you strip all those out, what you think the dollar amount amounts to? Is it 10 transactions? Is it 100 transactions you have to strip out? Is it 1,000 transactions out of the report? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the magnitude of this is.
For my companies, I would say less than 50 rows for a given month. Usually it's like 10 or less, or possibly 20, 30 per a month. So times 3 or up to 3. Not necessarily every month has them. We do have a number of transactions. If you're talking small amounts, all of my problems are with the RTO ISO transactions. I would love to not have to report those. I'll throw that one out there. We have a number of adjustments or very tiny pennies, less than 10 cents, like hundreds, thousands of rows of data between SPP, PJM, and MISO that are tiny little dollar amounts. And I would love to talk to our IT and see if I can pull from the database some of those numbers per quarter for all of our clients.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Renee. I'm going to put you back on mute. And Troy, I'm unmuting you. Go ahead, Troy.
I can't talk back, can
Can you hear us?
Yeah, go ahead. I noticed you put in a.
Oh, you can hear us. We didn't think you could.
Oh, it's good. I see that it's just a comment. It was my mistake. Well, we can put you back on mute unless you want to share something.
No, I don't want to share anything. Thank you.
Okay.
Just
Sorry about that. They put a comment in the thing and they came up on my list. Barbara, your turn. Go ahead.
I echo what Renee said. It's thought, you know, the ones like on PJM that are zeroed out because of, I guess, rounding issues, there aren't that many, but when you add up the number of rows that are 1 cent, 2 cents total, and they may even show zero quantity because the quantity doesn't even come out to 4 decimal places. There's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of rows of data for just a penny, 2 pennies, 3 pennies. And it does seem pointless.
We're looking at the small figure issue internally, and we'll and hope to have something to talk about that after we review it with management. But thanks. Renee, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
I just was agreeing to the comment that,
oh, I see.
or sorry, I wanted to point out that if the transaction total is 0, that may be okay if there's a transmission charge or there is a quantity reported. It's only when the quantity is 0 and the total is 0 that those definitely need to be taken out. And then as for taking out these small numbers, I would like that to be on the RTO ISO side of things, because I don't want to have to analyze our data and say, oh, I'm not going to have to report these going forward. I'd rather it come to me not included on our file so that I don't have to take them out if we get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
excellent. All. Thanks, Renee. Go ahead, Barbara.
I agree. It'd be nice for the ISOs, if we do have to report ISO data and a threshold is developed, it would be nice to have them handle it. And it would also be nice if FERC could mandate that the California ISO create a report for their members similar to the other ISOs. It's kind of ridiculous that they don't have one.
I agree with that.
Thanks, Barbara.
We have a client approaching reportability on any Cal ISO side, and I do not want to have to create that information.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Who was going to talk? I just put everybody back on mute. Was that you, Don?
Yeah, that was me. On the we'll call it the thousands of lines of 1 penny and 2 penny transactions. Do those, and maybe you don't know, do those feed into, are they necessary for you guys as part of your settlement process? I mean, a lot of companies have shadow settlement stuff where they tick and tie out on a daily basis. Would that, removing them from the report, implicate the settlement process, do you know, or are the settlement reports separate from what people use for the EQR reports?
I think that was for Renee or Barbara, right, Don? Or anybody?
Kind of anybody, right? I mean, if you're ticking and tying out to match to the penny on a daily basis, stripping out, are they different reports that are used to make sure that occurs, or are the EQR reports part of that, or don't you know? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how some of the potential unintended consequences of what might happen if that stuff is stripped out of the reports that the RTO sends to the filers.
Renee says that they're separate, and I'm getting to Barbara and Penny. You've both been unmuted, so whenever you, well, Penny went away, but Barbara, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think you can even begin to tie out to the penny when you're talking the EQR versus your ISO statements, in part because there are things that are not reportable on the EQR that are included in an ISO statement. I think my clients do try to tie things out on a larger scale, but I'll let someone who's doing the actual tying out with their stuff speak to it. I don't think any of these little penny ante things are going to affect that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Penny, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add that, Don, yeah, we do a lot of reconciliations of the real-time energy, and it stripping that out, it wouldn't be a big amount, but we do reconcile that. It's easy when you're a generator, and because of the day-ahead real-time guidance, all your real-time energy picks up everything, your sales and your purchases. Now, if you're a retail provider, and when you pull your EQR report from the ISO, since all they're doing is buying day ahead, the only things that are reported is the sales in the real time market. So that's you can't really reconcile that. That's really difficult. So FYI.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't think we have any more comments. So Hala, if you want to move on to the next, I think it's or we could, is it 3 o'clock? It's not 3 o'clock yet. We'll take a break.
This is the last item, actually, I think. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's see if we can get through this. And if there's a lot of conversation, we may break at 3 and come back really quickly at the end for closing comments. But go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Okay. The term name field appears in the transaction and the contract section, and we propose changing the definition of term name field number 60 in the transaction. The words power sales would be replaced with energy, which is in line with how we talk about sales throughout the EQR. We're not proposing any modification to the definition of term name in the contract field 27. However, we are proposing to add a new option, value evergreen, for contracts only. We also mentioned this at the first tech conference, and the proposed definition for evergreen is contracts with unlimited duration. For the discussion on term name, we want to hear from you on these topics. What feedback do filers or data users have on the proposed modification to the definition of term name, field 60 in transaction? What feedback do filers or data users have on the proposed definition for evergreen, field 27? And the final question stems from what we're seeing in the EQR. Some filers report NA in term name field 27 when reporting energy in product name field 31, Appendix A. We'd like to know under which circumstances this occurs.
All right. I think Barbara's up first. There you go, Barbara, go ahead.
Okay. For the first question, by putting energy there, are you implying that if the product name was not energy, you would not have to fill that field out? Because right now, in the transaction data, term name is required. So might a better definition just be transactions with the durations of a year or greater or long term, and transactions, and just leave out the energy and delete the power sales? For the second question, the one concern I have a little bit about contracts with unlimited duration, I don't have exact language, but a lot of contracts that are evergreen, they are unlimited, but until they are terminated. So I don't know if you need to add some sort of language that they're unlimited unless acted upon to terminate them. Just that's sort of just a thought. I'm fine with the definition the way it is too, but and then for the last one, the reason some filers are using NA and term name is because that's the guidance we were given by FERC a few years ago for evergreen contracts. Earlier, the guidance was to put long term if it was an evergreen contract, And because I remember specifically at the tech conference, I won't name names, no one there now, said like, that she couldn't believe that people were putting short-term or NA when these contracts had clearly already lasted over a year. And she was talking about the reporting of master agreements. So the guidance originally given was to report it as long-term. A few years ago, it was asked at another user group meeting or tech conference, and staff said using NA in term name for an evergreen contract was fine. So that's why people are using it.
So, Barbara, do you think if we add evergreen, then most people don't use NA on term name if we
yes,
have an option?
Yep. I think evergreen's a good addition.
All right.
Great. All right. Barbara, moving on to John. John, go ahead.
So I agree with Barbara on everything, but the first one where it says just taking it to transactions, maybe it should, we're only looking at sales transactions, right? So maybe we need to state that still. I don't know if we want to take away sales because that's just doesn't look at purchases, but just to be clear, that's all. And everything else, I agree with Barbara. I think it would be good to have evergreen.
Great. Thanks, John. Renee, you're up.
I agree with John, and the definition should reference sale transactions. Like, don't lose that word. And then evergreen, as much as I don't want to make the changes, I can see that being an option. We currently use long-term with evergreen in our description. That's my 2 cents.
Great. Thanks, Renee. I just made a comment from Peter in public. Perhaps evergreen definition could be contracts with no specified term or expiration date. So we'll take all of that back. Is there anybody else that wants to join in on our last topic of the day? Oh, Renee. There you go, Renee. Go ahead.
We do have one contract that had a termination date on it, but then language that said basically that it's evergreen. So it kind of kicks out invalidations now, but we reported not an actual termination date, but a contract termination date, but it's just continued since then. Like, so that's one example of kind of an outlier of.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Time. Yeah. Appreciate that about that example. Barbara, go ahead.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but I've seen several contracts that are like what Renee's describing. So they have a termination date, but then the very next sentence says that they will renew automatically year to year unless they are terminated with, let's say, 6 months notice or a year's notice or something. But if you do nothing, it's evergreen. And so the language, I think, spending a few minutes to figure out a definition that would include that, because I think it is evergreen. But so it's sort of a contract that lasts without, is unlimited without action being taken or something.
Yeah, it's a contract that has an out, obviously, that's written in it, but or an ending date that's written in it, or at least a procedure. But unless that's followed, yeah, okay. All right, that's a great example too. Thanks, Barbara. Anybody else? I think that might be it. So, Hala, do you have anything?
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
Yeah, sure. So we're reaching the end of today's presentation, and the next step for this project is to have another technical conference in early fall to discuss the remaining EQR data fields. And please subscribe to docket number 8021-8 to receive further notices about tech conferences or other issuance on this matter. Interested parties may submit formal comments in docket number 8021-8, and questions can always be emailed to eqr@ferc.gov with the subject line EQR Tech Conferences. And thank you for participating today and providing a lively discussion on these topics. And if anyone has any further comments or questions, we can take those now.
Right. So thanks, Sohaila. We are on an open question time. We'll try to address any questions that you may have generally or specifically about EQR or your system or your difficulties or obstacles in filing it. We'd like to hear anything like that. So please raise your hand or add anything into the chat and we'll get to you. Anand, you're up first. Go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Okay, when do you think all these will be in effect? Like, I mean, when are you going to make a change to the data dictionary? And what is the timeline for the new XML format or you're proposing?
So Anand, this is Maria. I guess I would say that this is a long-term project. It's a long-term effort. And we do, as Sohaila mentioned, we plan to have the next technical conference to discuss. I mean, we haven't even gotten through all of the fields yet in a discussion of proposed changes. So there would be in future a rulemaking proceeding where we would make any proposals or the commission would provide any proposals in a notice of proposed rulemaking, and then we would consider any comments back and then issue a final rule. So I don't think we have a set timeline as to when this would take effect, but it is a longer term project.
So would you say like 2024 kind of thing or how?
It's hard to know when it would be implemented. I don't have a sense for that at this point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on. Renee, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
I just have one follow-up to the tiny dollar amounts. I did a quick query on one of my companies, and we have almost 83,000 lines that are between a $- and $+, and the total is roughly $13,000 total over those 83,000 lines. So that's just a quick answer.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Thanks, Renee.
Sorry. And the products vary from energy, other regulations, frequently reserved, spending reserve, and supplemental reserve, and uplift. So it's across the board. But it is only PJM and MISO that showed up in those results. So that's all. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Renee. You too. John, we're going to you next. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I think this is helpful and we should continue. I appreciate it.
Like today or just generally?
Just discussion of what you're looking for, better definitions to get us, a better feel for reporting on EQR and make sure we're doing what you guys really need.
Yeah, I know that I personally, and I know my entire our entire team together values this input from everybody. And so we think we think the one thing that has come out good out of the pandemic is being able to do things in this type of forum so more people can participate instead of joining us live in the commission room. At least that's my personal opinion. So Renee, you still have your hand raised if you'd like to have another question. There we go. David, you're up next. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, my biggest pain right now is with capacity deals. We have a whole bunch of deals with California that we're putting in the capacity bucket, which may be incorrect, but that's what we're doing right now. And they're for hourly deals, but I can't upload hourly data into your system because you won't allow it. When I convert that to the megawatt month standard, they become so small that I can't upload them either. So I end up having to kind of manipulate the data, keep the price the same, and make the volume as tiny as possible and convert everything to megawatt month. So that and like for the last quarter, I had to do that to about 1,400 records. Changed the revenue by about $1,300, but it's something I have to do every quarter.
Hey, David, I think that's interesting. Can we? I don't know, Marina, was it in your slide deck, the units, or was it in Sohaila's? Could we get that slide back up on the screen? Was you, Marina, right?
It was right before the lunch break.
Okay,
I have
I'm
a
gonna.
question. So is CAISO paying you hourly for capacity?
They must be. We're selling it to them. Whatever the product is, and it's put in under the capacity bucket.
Right. So you're talking about resource adequacy in CAISO?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
And you are paid hourly. Okay. This is the first time when I'm personally hearing that. Okay.
And
Thank you
I
for
do know
sharing
there's
that.
someone else here who has the same problem out there in the EQR world. I'm not sure who it is, but they talked to me at the last time we had a actual physical get together.
Okay, because all the capacity that I'm seeing, that you know the vast majority of the capacity that I'm seeing in the EQR, the most incremental payment is on the daily base. But thank you for sharing with me that CAISO does pay hourly. I was not aware of this. Thank you for sharing this with me.
So I just want to confirm, David, you're saying that currently for the capacity, the rate units that you're allowed, it doesn't work, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are these are applicable to the field that you're trying to do, right? The is it Appendix E or Appendix F? Because this is not my forte. I just want to see if we can narrow in on something that maybe we could add here that would help you.
Well, the units that we use is megawatt hours.
Right.
But I can't report in your system capacity in megawatt hours.
Oh, that's it. Okay, I understand.
So the units are there. I just can't use them.
You just can't use them. Okay. That's an interesting wrinkle. We'll thanks for bringing it up. We'll definitely add that to our internal discussion. I don't think, as Roxana said, I don't recall any other capacity being done in megawatt hours, but if there's one and you're saying there, it's a $1,300 difference when you go ahead and go in there and choose, that may be something that we should address. Thanks for the suggestion. We appreciate it.
Sure.
All right. Anybody else? We have an open mic for anybody who has questions or comments about the EQR. Otherwise, Maria, if we don't see any questions up, we can go ahead to your closing.
Thanks, Rob, and thanks to everyone for taking time out of their busy day to join us today and providing us with the feedback that you did. And I also wanted to thank the EQR team that made the meeting possible and presented the various topics, as well as thanking Rob Hudson for helping us host this conference. We look forward to continuing this dialogue in the future. Have a good rest of your day.